touching yourself. Stop. Pull your pants back up. Uh, okay. I'm gonna put a hat on, even though like I don't have a hat in the thumbnail. I feel like I should be wearing a hat.
Never not wear a hat, man. I feel weird without one. Oh shit, I got a notification for the show. Nice. Alive. Hell yeah.
It's the only hat I could find that fast.
That, that's a hat?
Yeah, it's got this mask part on it. I think it's too small for my face too. Do I look like a cool hacker?
Exactly, because it's on the. It's like going through the edge of the box. Let me make your screen bigger or something.
Oh,
Yep, there we go.
okay. I'm gonna add a little banner here.
Oh, there we go.
Um,
Oh shit.
ugh,
You do look like a hacker.
I can't breathe with that on. Can't breathe with that
How
on.
do hackers breathe when they're hacking shit?
I know. How do they fucking do that? I was literally suffocating. I literally started suffocating right there. I feel like uh is this what we see? Can you check the stream real quick? I gotta check. I'll check the stream real quick, I guess. Uh,
During
I'm just worried about like I don't know if my come on. Oh yeah, yeah. And it actually seems like my well, first of all, my mic is clipping, and then it sounds like my sound isn't being suppressed on Discord. So I'm gonna check out my sound settings there real quick. Um, Bradley, why don't you introduce the show?
the smoke up. This is a show where we indulge in herbal substances while we discuss various topics, including but not limited to politics, celebrities, rappers, stuff like that. Fucking current events, news, uh yeah. Whatever comes to mind, we'll talk about it while we get high as fuck. That's what we do.
Okay.
All right? Something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like what we do.
Yeah.
Okay, I got rid of that pesky noise. So I just got to make sure to put some limiters on here. I don't want us to be so wildly different volume than each other. Um, just gotta add a filter with a limiter on it and make that limiter for I'll make it 6 decibels. I know that's like industry standard, but it feels like everybody actually does louder than that. That's weird. Um,
Pretty standard for music is louder than that.
what is it? Negative? Is it 3?
Well, I've heard 3 and I've heard point 0.3. Well,
Point
negative
three
3.
for music? Whew. That sounds fucking high. Yeah,
Music is loud.
it's supposed to
Have you
be
ever noticed?
it's supposed to be -6 for broadcasting.
I guess that kind of makes sense because music is usually louder than video. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess it can get louder. I guess it's supposed to like sort of have higher ups and downs. I just I don't know.
There's
I
so much going on in a song that
yeah.
it stacks up. You know what I mean? So it doesn't sound as loud as it is usually. But yeah,
Yeah. Yup, 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 yup on a slup. Yup, yup on a slup. Slup. Yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty good space for it. I'll listen back to the podcast real quick.
stacks up. You know what I mean? So it doesn't sound as loud as it is usually. But yeah.
Yeah. Yup, 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 yup on a slup. Yeah, we sound pretty similar in quality. I mean, not great either way, but I like it. Sounds good. Or are you talking? Are you talking? Are you talking? Wait,
Yeah, I'm talking.
oh, that was weird. It cut you out.
It did?
Yeah, maybe you were talking too quietly and it thought, I don't know. I didn't hear a word you said right there.
Weird. Do I need to pull my phone closer?
No, you just gotta speak more clearly. That was like the one time you mumbled too. Yeah,
I
usually
ain't
you're
no
fine.
mumbler.
Yeah,
I ain't no mumble rapper.
you're usually fine. You're usually fine.
I'm usually fine.
Yeah, usually.
Usually.
95% of the time you aren't.
That sounds like
The
the
opposite of usually.
opposite is
Yeah.
usually.
Oh, I found my hat. Oh, it's the same hat. It's the same mask.
I fucking knew it. I was just about to say it. That's the same fucking one. Oh, it's not even a hat,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah.
It's
It's
not
a
a
hat.
fucking hat.
It's a hat. You could wear it as
This
a
is
hat.
not a hat.
It's just a little
A
tight.
mask.
If you wear it as a hat, it's just a little tight on your face.
Hats don't go on your face. It's called a mask.
More like it's called fucking uh uh cope.
What? Is that even English? What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, cope. Cope and seethe.
We're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, yeah. Yep. I get into a lot of internet arguments. I get blocked for a lot of things. I did a little live stream where I complained about it. 3.5 hour special episode on my live stream channel Malacry. Sub to it. It's my rant channel. If I have too much going on and I ever need to just express it, that's the channel for that. Uh, your input.
That could be a cool rap name or something. Malacry.
Yeah, I've considered it, but it's like I want it to be something very specific because it's like kind of personal to me, and I don't want it to be like a rap name. I think I like the idea of like band names
I think it
more
would be
than like
cool
rap names.
because of how personal it is. Because
Yeah,
people don't know that, but if they ever heard that story, they'd be like, "Oh fuck,
yeah,
damn." You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
yeah,
that's why I think that'd be a cool name.
yeah. Maybe. But maybe for my exclusively solo stuff. But I want to like create like shell bands with their own names that I produce music on. Just be Malachi Juarez as credited as a producer on an album that is actually just me as an artist, but I'm just giving it a different name and doing all that. I want people to be like how they do with Damon Albarn and be like, that dude's in
Just
Blur.
about to say that it's like
Yeah,
Gorillas, but without the cartoon characters.
yeah, exactly. Look, I got this South Park shirt.
Oh shit.
It's like classic
That's a
South Park. And I got these dinosaur shorts. They're like little. They're like a little boy, Triceratops and
Oh yeah.
Stegosaurus. And it's like a good
Nice.
color theme going on,
Yeah.
you know. But the shirt's interesting because it came in a box, like a vintage DVD box, with no DVD in it, just a T-shirt. I'm gonna grab it real quick, show it to you. So this is the box.
Have a T-shirt in it?
All it was a T-shirt. It's this T-shirt.
Yeah, but that looks like a small box.
Yeah, it had an XL T-shirt in it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That shit must have been folded up nice and tight. Like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
it was. Well, it's pretty light fabric, but what's cool is like it was only $13, and it's like an official South Park licensed shirt. You know, it's not like I bought it at Walmart, but I bought it in the electronics section because yeah, it's not fucking, it's not like a Walmart brand.
Sure. They have one like in the clothing section too. I don't know if it's the same one.
Yeah, it's
That
not.
one's in a box in the electronics section.
Yeah, it's in a box in the electronics section. I was
What the fuck?
I was like looking at it, I was like, I have to have it. Like, especially like it has like the vintage designs on the side. I'm gonna put it on my bookshelf and just keep it on my bookshelf as just like little memorabilia. I accidentally tore at the bottom of the box before I realized how important the box actually was. I was like, wait, this is actually really cool. And I thought it opened from the bottom and it didn't. It opens like a DVD case. I think that's what they were going for, was like a first season of South Park style DVD case. It even has like ware that they printed on there. That's not real. It's printed on ware.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah, how crazy is that? God damn it.
Whoa. What's going on here?
It's the autofocus. See? I'm blurry. It's just not even bothering to refocus. So it's like it wants me to like just be like, this is like how far it's focused in right now. What the fuck? Stop it.
Far you gotta be for this show, man. You just gotta sit that close.
I know. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, of course. There's a piece of plastic on there, but it doesn't actually cover the lens. And I thought I had it on there protecting the lens this whole time. It just never covered it. This is bullshit. Good thing this is a secret episode. The secret fucking blurry episode. More like, it's unfair that I'm on my fucking PC and you're on a cell phone and you're more clear than I am right now. This is unfair.
Wanted the audience to think I was using a fucking high-tech computer.
Yeah, this is bullshit.
I don't care. Yeah, that is stupid though. It looks like that. It's focusing more.
Yeah, it refocused. I don't know when it did it. I looked back at this and I was like, oh. And then I looked back and I was refocused. So it must have been like some type of supernatural abilities I have.
Or it was the government trying to blur your screen because they don't want people seeing this show.
That sounds like some conspiracy nonsense.
That's not conspiracy nonsense.
This is specifically a spiritual attack against our show.
That's conspiracy nonsense.
No. Conspiracies have
There's
to
nothing
involve humans,
supernatural
not
about
demons.
it.
Not
It's not.
not
There's
demons.
no.
Demons
There's
don't
nothing
count. Ghosts
supernatural
and
about it.
demons don't count
It's
as
shape-shifting
conspiracies.
aliens from Planet X, Nibiru.
Do you believe Planet X and Nibiru are real or just like sort of made up? Isn't
Well,
Planet
isn't it like
X
based
supposed to
off
be
of
real?
something that isn't it supposed to be like a real planet, but like the conspiracy theory is that it's like approaching us right now or something like that. But
Well,
I thought it was like based off of a real.
I feel
supposed to
like
be a
I
real
read a really long time ago that they think there's another planet in the solar system that's on a different like ellipse than everybody
Yeah,
else.
and that's supposed to be Planet X. It goes like way the fuck
Yeah.
out, like way out there, and then it comes back in like into Earth's orbit, basically.
Yeah.
I
It sucks
guess.
that all like I don't know. It just seems like that stuff's so poisoned by like conspiracy stuff, and I've never heard like an actual historian talking about like Nibiru historically. I've only heard of Nibiru referred to by like conspiracy theorist communities. I don't even know what the original source for that is. Like, is it supposed to be like Babylonian or Egyptian or?
There, you can connect the dots to like some of the ancient mythologies and stuff. So some people think that like the gods or whatever are aliens from Planet X, and back then Planet X was like close enough that they came here, and now it's like approaching again, and aliens are gonna come or whatever. I don't know. I don't know the theory on Planet X really. I never really like looked that into it. I think it's something along those lines.
What I think about like that's kind of cool is like we didn't have like as much artificial light back when we were back a long time ago, so we could see the sky way clearer. I just wish you still see the sky clearly. I'm sure there are still like I've heard of people like going out like 50 miles out from into the middle of nowhere and being able to like see the sky, but it's kind of
Don't
insane
even
that
have to
people
go
have to
that
do that.
far. Like here in Canyon, that you can just go out like anywhere where you're away from the city. Really, like you can see the sky pretty well. I mean, there's still going to be some pollution, obviously, but I remember going out like I don't even remember where, just like probably like Red Canyon or something that night, and I was amazed. I was like mesmerized at the stars because it was like the first time I had ever looked at the stars like that. And it was not that far out of town,
Yeah.
but it was like I couldn't see like fucking like nebulas or whatever the fuck, like space clouds.
I
and
guess the
shit, but I
question,
could see,
yeah.
like,
Well, can you even see space clouds, or is that like a thing that you only see from film exposure?
you're supposed to be able to see some kind of dust up. Like there's the Milky Way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I've seen like faint
Right.
hints of the Milky Way on especially dark nights. You can kind of see like a glow in the sky, but I've never seen any more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you see in fucking like those high res images or like videos.
Yeah, so do we see that, or is it just something in between what we see here and that?
Well, I think like without all the light pollution and like air pollution that we have now, it probably is pretty damn clear. You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the sky in Red Dead 2, it looks all fucking like spacey. Like outer
Yeah, but
spacey.
that's a video game.
Yeah, but they're
It's supposed to
trying
be a
to mimic
realistic
reality.
representation.
I mean, everything else in that game is.
Yeah.
The moon looks really good in that game. So, like, I assume what they were doing was trying to make the sky look like what it would look like back then. There's a reason they made it look that, like, it doesn't look
Or
like
did they,
how it
but
looks
did
now.
they do, okay, but did they okay. I mean, I guess it's reasonable. I could see
I'm
them,
not saying that's a
yeah,
true representation. I'm just saying that's an example.
because
that I
they
can
could have
think
done
of
that
where,
because they believe in the same myth that we do, that you could sort of see everything back in the day. You know, I don't know. I'm just sort of like pontificating on things I do not understand.
Probably base it off of like astronomers that would wrote down their observations of like what they could see with the naked
Right,
eye
because
and stuff
astronomers could see a
compared to
lot of shit
now.
before, right?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
probably what it is. Like people even in the 1800s who were observing the sky could just see way more than we can see now. You know,
Yeah,
they could probably see like planets with their naked eye that we can't even fucking see. You know, like shit like that.
yeah. No, I could see that. Ah! Why is the volume so low? I feel like it's like wrongly low. Yeah, I guess I'll just turn them up all the way. I wonder if it sounds crazy then. I think OBS, they have the red right there like too early and it like just sketches me out, but it's not actually, it doesn't sound as bad as it looks.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Like people even in the 1800s who were observing the sky could just see way more than we can see now. You know,
Yeah,
they could probably see like planets with their naked eye that we can't even fucking see. You know, like shit like that.
yeah. I can see that. Ah! Why is the volume so low? I feel like it's like wrongly low. Yeah, I guess I'll just turn them up all the way. I wonder if it sounds crazy then. I think OBS, they have the red right there like too early and it like just sketches me out, but it's not actually, it doesn't sound as bad as it looks.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Like people even in the 1800s who were observing the sky could just see way more than we can see now. You know,
Yeah.
they could probably see like planets with their naked eye that we can't even fucking see.
Oh, so now
Like shit like
it's
that.
playing it again. Okay. So yeah. So the volume's fine. It didn't even really change that much when I did that. I should put my phone right here though. I should probably also make sure it's not
It's in
turned up.
replay for y'all.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I couldn't even tell when it looped because it was like a perfect like space in between my talking, so it just sounded like I just kept talking, even though it like looped right there. Very funny. That would be a funny episode to do. Is just like one where it's like just like a fun episode where we do like a 15-second, 30-second thing, and it's like looped over and over and over again. I don't know. Tim Heidecker did a thing where he made fun of Joe Rogan, and he did an hour-long episode where he cut it right in the middle of a conversation, and then made it 10 hours as like a satire on Joe Rogan. So like they're just talking about nothing and he's like imitating Joe Rogan the whole time and the cut is in the middle of a conversation so you can't tell where the cut is and it's just 10 hours of just the exact same thing over and over and over again. And it's very funny like the way like he imitates like Joe like cutting people off to like say like the most like unimportant thing and like stuff like that. Like it's just very funny. I guess it made Joe upset. I don't know. Tim Heidecker's funny though.
You can't take a joke.
Yeah, I mean it probably feels like a personal attack when your livelihood is your show. I don't know. It probably depends on who you are past that point, but I think Joe Rogan probably. Yeah, he probably cares a lot.
Like as a comedian, the most powerful move you could make is to just laugh anything off when somebody tries to make fun of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you do anything other than that, as a comedian, you make yourself look weak, in my opinion. It looks like you can't take a joke and you're not like that. I don't know. People who can't take a joke just lose funny credits to
Well,
me.
yeah, and it's just kind of a funny observation to just kind of notice that a lot of comedians that do the offensive type of shtick get offended very easily themselves.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there just seems to be
I've
a
noticed
common
that.
theme.
Yeah.
Because the people who don't talk about that stuff, they don't seem like they're easy to offend, but they also like a lot of them can do you can do offensive humor without like offending people's like identities or whatever. Uh, I don't know. It's kind of a tangent. I don't want to go off in right now because I want to show you your Burger King commercial. So remind them what the Burger King $1 million Whopper contest is, Bradley.
I don't know what it is. You told me about it, and you couldn't even tell me what it was, really. It's some kind of contest using AI generated images to create ridiculous Whoppers. I don't know what the contest is, what the prize is, or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck any of that those details. But it's a contest of some kind, right?
Uh, yeah, it's some type of contest. I don't really remember very well. That's why I was just having you repeat what I said to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's basically the whole gist of it. I wasn't listening, but I'm sure you did a good job. Uh, it's a contest. They're AI cheeseburgers. What more could you want, really? Just like the ultimate corporate depravity. You know, it's just be like, we actually want you to make AI versions of our food so we can like make it for you. We just want to like, we want your atrocious ideas with this atrocious machine as a marketing gimmick to steal your ideas. It's just so hilarious. Like they're not gonna fucking give anybody $1 million.
They're gonna make like, they're gonna take. Does the winner like they make it into an actual Whopper or something?
Yeah, I think that's like the thing, and they call it the million Whopper contest or $1 million Whopper contest. But it's not actually like I don't think you actually get money. I think you just get a Whopper made. They just steal your idea. That's like the reward is that they take your idea. So, um, Burger King fans, if we're wrong, just speak up in the chat and we'll correct it. Oh wait, there are no Burger King fans because Burger King fucking sucks. Okay, so they did do the Impossible Whopper first though, and they got to be respected for that a little.
The only fast food place I can get a burger from.
Yeah.
So
I mean, historically,
I
they're the only ones who have bothered to even try to reduce their like meat production. Um, okay. I'm trying to find this, but it takes a little bit of focus. OBS. You know what OBS is? Online broadcasting system or open broadcasting system, something like that.
think it's open broadcasting system. That sounds right.
Yeah, we do stuff like that. Oh, is there audio for this? Oh, yeah, okay. So, okay, you got to make sure you get it open. So this is my thing. I was just getting ready to make a Whopper. I was making the Whopper. And
Get flame grilling. We have a few house rules for you to follow that'll make your Whopper competition ready. So, you're here to make a Whopper.
chance to
So,
win
you're
1
here to make a
million, and then there's an
Whopper.
asterisk.
Well,
So
I'm your
what's
trusty
I don't
AI
even know what the 1
companion,
million is.
Grillium, and I'll be at your side as you craft your flame grilled creation.
We gotta probably look that up, but it says
Creation
to win
will be
1 million,
worth
but if they don't mean dollars,
Let's get flame
how
grilling.
fucking fucked up is
We have a few house rules for you to follow that'll make your Whopper competition ready.
Makes sense.
It's simple. Your Whopper can't contain
It's
ingredients with
obviously
allergens.
just trying to trick
It must be
people.
made with edible stuff. And if you need more info, check the
it
ingredients
must be
fact.
made with
The
edible
rest is
stuff.
up to you. It all starts with the patty. So what's the big idea? How are you gonna top it?
And this is a fucking AI voice.
Good. Now what's on your Whopper?
They just have no shame. So I got you an Impossible patty. I got you green chili. Oh, almost did the wrong kind of chili.
Okay, okay. What else?
And then I did egg, either egg and then steak or steak and then egg. And so here I am. I'm typing spinach. No, no. I was like, no, we can't do spinach. Egg.
Ooh,
There
let
we
him
go.
cook.
Let him cook.
I don't have it open. How do I open it?
Oh, you
Happy
gotta
with your
click on
toppings.
it. You gotta.
Make your Whopper when you're
Wait,
ready.
It didn't pop up.
I'm streaming on it. Here, I'll pause it real quick. Get it open. It's not even up as an option.
Nothing ever came up on my screen. I don't
I'll,
know.
I'll try sharing it again. Okay. Should be live again. Live now. It took you 2 minutes to say 2 minutes and 30
I
seconds.
said it, and you just completely ignored me and started
It
playing
must
it.
have you must have been speaking too quietly because I didn't hear you say that.
I was
when you-
like,
when you-
what do I do? And then you just started like playing it, and I was
If
like,
I'm talking and you say something and it seems like I didn't hear you, it's because the noise thing cut out your voice. I didn't hear what you said. I heard what you said right there where you were. Yeah. Can you see it now? I
"No, it's
restreamed
just
it.
a frozen picture of you right now."
It's a frozen picture of me?
Yeah, it was you live, and now it's frozen picture.
That's weird because it's supposed to
I
be a
don't-
burger. It's supposed to be a cheeseburger.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, I turned off my camera, so I'm gonna just be the kitty cat for a second. And then
Okay.
while I show you
That
the
was
AI
problem I
Whopper,
guess.
and I'll show you the AI Whopper.
Okay, yeah,
So-
here we go. I can see it.
Yeah. You didn't get to see it get made, but you'll be able to see the commercial. So, I got it made. I got
This
the
is
green chili, I got the steak, I got the egg on there, and I got the Impossible
a
Whopper.
thing of beauty.
I downloaded the image for later. See, we made an account for the pod, so we have an official Burger King account for our business. Anything we buy
No
on
Whopper
that
is
is a
complete
tax
without a
write-off.
world-class ad. Let's crown your Whopper creation.
And I chose the one I know you would love. The Ritmo Whopper. The name to add to your Whopper ad. And they didn't have B Deli as an option, so I went with your birth name.
Lame. How was
Did you
Beef
know
Deli not
Whopper
an
spelled backwards is Repo? Repahu? Oh, they're framing the shot. Oh, we gotta play the burger game. Look, it's the burger game. You gotta catch AI ingredients. That's AI lettuce. That's an AI pineapple. AI cheese. AI tomato skins. AI tomatoes. A half of a AI jalapeno, like cut down long ways. And then I accidentally got a fishbone on it. And it ruined it. Whopper spelled backwards is Repo. That's the did you know fact. How fun is that? Repo. Burger King has a weekly national holiday. It's Whopper Wednesday. Do you think they got that registered? Oh shit. Oh, we gotta play the Whopper game a little bit longer. Oh, there got an egg on there. An AI generated egg. Lost the patty. Oh, we got a cup on the we got the cup on we got the cup on it. Oh, Whopper spelled backwards is Repo. That's the one fact they seem to want people to know. Oh, Burger King has national holiday. It's Whopper Wednesday. Those are the two facts they tell you over and over again. Oh, National Donut Day in 2018. BK. Oh, the ad is ready. We didn't
Ready
get to
to be
learn that
blown
third
away?
fact. Are you ready to get blown away, Bradley?
This
Let
is
me pause it real
Bradley
quick.
Ritmo Whopper.
No, actually, I'm just gonna look at OBS real quick. Make sure that you look good. Yeah, you look good because I want your reaction to this ad too. So.
With green chili and other toppings, with some egg and steak in there. Try and top that if you dare.
BK, have it your way. You're wrong.
Well, fucking stupid.
So how'd you feel about that one? Did you like that personalized AI Burger King ad?
Pretty cool. I feel special. I get my own ad and everything.
Yeah.
I have my name on it, so everybody
did.
knows that I created that somehow.
Yeah, when we get paid $1 million of whatever they're offering people, we'll be sure to thank them for stealing our Whopper idea.
Definitely.
It's a terrible fucking idea anyway. If they decide to go with that, you're gonna be disappointed in how many people don't like steak on Impossible Whoppers.
Yeah.
But it is interesting because even though AI is unethical, you can generate the only kind of ethical medium rare steak with it. It's like two negatives equal a positive.
I'm not sure I follow.
See, the negative of AI being exploitative mixed with the negative of the meat industry being exploitative is creating non-exploitative meat. Because you know they use just like dumb fucking images of Whoppers and steak that they had in like their image banks for like old assets and threw it into a fucking AI generation like bullshit. And you know the I forgot where I was going with that. Help me.
No.
Okay.
You were trying to explain how two negatives equal a positive.
Right. And then you mix those two things together, you get ethical meat. I feel like I said that part.
Don't follow. How do you have ethical meat?
Ethical meat because uh, the meat was made without harming animals. The steak in the image, the steak on your wall, the steak on the cheeseburger that you put on your wall.
It's not feeding anybody though, so
It doesn't matter. It's not real, so it's ethical, right? Because it's not harming anything.
I don't think it's not ethical, but it's not unethical. It's just kind of ethically neutral.
How is it not ethical?
I feel like ethical is like a positive, unethical is like a negative. Something that doesn't exist can't be either of those.
But it does
'Cause it doesn't
exist
exist.
still. It does exist. It's on your wall. You
It
have
does.
an image of it. You and Burger
So-
King are the only two people with that image. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Pretty fucking wild. Your picture has been frozen for the past like at least 2 minutes, by the way.
It's not frozen on my end. It's not frozen on the
Yeah, I know.
podcast's end.
I assumed not, but yeah, it's frozen.
You know what you should probably do? Just while we're talking right now, get the computer turned on and open YouTube so you can watch the show from that end. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
Because then you could see me moving. You won't have to look at your phone's tiny ass screen. And then you could you could I don't know talk. I have my camera right here, and I don't actually look at the camera that often, and so like I kind of feel weird like trying to look at you when you're like looking right at me through the camera. So maybe this will help like your eyes wander a bit, help the energy even out a little. You know, you're creeping me out, is what I'm saying.
What you're saying, but I don't know why you're getting all creeped out, bro. I don't even look at you. I look at my screen, which is most of the time half me at least. But it
That's
doesn't
for the
matter where I look at my
thumbnails.
screen
That's for the thumbnails. Do a silly face for the thumbnails.
for the thumbnails.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not really a silly face guy. I don't know
Do a
silly
silly
face.
do just like your best attempt at a silly face. You did a really good British accent. You could probably do a pretty good silly face.
Oh, we already did a thumbnail.
Just like make like your face like look funny, like yeah, like do like yeah. You do that.
You can see what you're doing because you're still frozen.
Oh, okay. Do the expression I'm doing. I bet my expression's pretty funny, huh? Like on your phone. The frozen expression's probably pretty funny. Do that.
About to hit your pipe.
Oh,
You're just holding your pipe up to your face.
that's disappointing.
Yeah, a little bit. Trying to get the fucking show up on.
Right. Yeah, this is a show where we hang out and we talk about celebrities, but this episode's pretty evergreen, you know. We're talking about life, our art, and stuff like that. And we're really just here to hang out and have a good time, you know. Yeah, you know. So thank you for coming on the ride. If it's too fast, then better step off of it, or if you're not tall enough. How's that go? How's that going? What you're doing, Bradley?
Fast is not exactly easy to find, so I'm trying to log into my YouTube account
Right.
so that it comes up.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you remember your password? Why don't you say your password for the audience? Say your password. Say your like I start doing sound drops. I don't have a soundboard though or anything like that. So just imagine I did that.
I do not have a soundboard.
I don't know. Oh, what happened?
It's like, are you trying to sign in? Google's freaking out because I'm trying to sign in.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool that it turned green, and our podcast's theme is in green, so it's like it's not even that big of a deal. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back. So.
Donna, 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 dun, 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 dun.
Third video that comes up on my channel.
What does that mean?
What?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What does that mean? Third video that comes up on your channel.
When I looked up the smoke up.
Ow, ow, ow.
Third video.
Do you need out of the room, cat? Scratching my legs for fun? You doing that for fun? What do you want? Mommy just fed you. I'm not doing shit for you, dog. She's trying to knock down my phone with her tail. That's her goal right now. I know that's what she's trying to do. I'm trying to just knock things over, huh? Yeah, my cat. She's a handful. It's like having 2 kids.
She needs her attention quite often. I'll be trying to work on my music and she just jumps in my lap, starts getting all up in my grill. But that's why we love them, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That is why we love cats. Yep.
Well, I love cats anyway.
So you released a song?
I did. It's a cover song. I've been dropping songs pretty frequently lately. This is like like the 5th song in the last couple weeks or something like that. But yeah, this one's just it's a cover of "No One Like You" by the Scorpions. It's an old classic rock song that many youngsters probably have never heard.
Yeah, well, maybe. If you just heard it on the radio the other day, then it's probably not, like, that uncommon for youngsters to know it.
It was on a classic rock station.
Yeah, but everybody has access to classic rock stations.
Yeah, but not everybody listens to classic rock stations.
I don't know. I think you're being a
Because you
little
have access to,
elitist.
I have access to country stations, but I'm never gonna fucking listen to it.
I know, but I think you're being elitist.
How am I being elitist? What
Because-
the fuck?
Because you're saying that you're talking down on me. You're talking down to me.
Why is everything some like political fucking?
You think you're better than me? You think you're better than me?
Fuck. You're the kind of leftist that people hate.
No,
Oh, it's always something.
I'm the type of leftist people hate. You mean every leftist? Jesus.
Well, but you're like
Come on.
the example of like.
I was
It's
kidding.
like-
You're taking me too seriously if you think I was actually really.
No,
No.
I'm over here smiling and joking, bro. I'm
Yeah,
not taking anything seriously.
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
You're serious or
See,
kidding?
I'm laughing.
Are you kidding or joking?
Just playing. What were you gonna say? You're gonna like burn me. It was gonna be like a good burn.
Not really. I was just gonna say it's like the vegan that brings up veganism all the time, and then people talk shit about vegans for that. It's kind of like that. That's what I was getting at.
This is over. This friendship is over. You crossed the line.
Yeah, I know.
How funny would it be? We just never talk again after that? That's the end of the show, is the secret episode. And it's just me like holding a lifelong grudge over a comment that I literally just forgot instantly.
We should totally fake a friend breakup.
Yeah, we could
when
do
the
that.
podcast gets big, like when
Yeah.
podcast is actually big too. We'll be like in the middle of a fucking live stream with thousands of people watching.
And this is a
And
great
we just-
seed to plant, because no matter what, if we do actually break up or if it's a joke, people will still be tricked, right? Because they'll hear this and they'll think, no, it's just a joke. If we actually do have beef, and then they'll like 20 years when the reunion hasn't happened, they're like, what the fuck? And then like they're
We
like
fake it so
sending
well
bombs
that-
to our addresses, and we're like sending our like needle dogs at them, the dogs with needles on their faces that penetrate your flesh, poison
Yeah.
you with tranquilizers.
But we fake it so well that nobody would be able to tell either way. So it would either way there'd be controversy about it. Like, are they really beefing? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's some good fantasizing about a career that may or may not happen. I like that. Yeah. Let's play your song. Because whether or not we're making careers out of it, we're still having a lot of fun and getting stuff done lately, you know. We've grown a lot the last couple of years, I would say.
Yeah. Well, lately I'm just making music, you know what I mean? I'm not. Of course, I would like to make a career out of it, but right now I'm just dropping shit. I'm making dope shit, and I have shit planned for like actual projects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But right now I'm just like dropping songs, and I love it. It's fun, you know.
Yeah, we're gonna play your newest song. That's called "No One Like You." It's a cover of Scorpions.
Yeah, Scorpion. It's the same band that did "Here I Am, Rock You Like a Hurricane." Yeah.
It's crazy because I didn't know that band. I didn't know that wasn't. I would have. I don't know. Maybe I thought that was AC/DC. Maybe that's what
You thought that was AC/DC?
I don't know. Maybe. I feel like I'm surprised that it was a completely random artist.
It's not a completely random artist. It's a lesser known than AC/DC for sure. But if you grew up around classic rock, you had definitely heard a couple songs by this band.
Okay, I'm gonna try to share the song with you now.
But I have to like do something. Or
Well,
is it
no,
supposed
you
to just
shouldn't have
pop
to do
up?
anything. Well, if you're watching on the computer now, it should just be hella easy.
Oh yeah. I have a computer up right here.
Cool.
I have the volume down though, so that it's not like
Yeah, because
just
I think you will be
echoing
able to hear it through
everything.
the Discord. Oh. Oh, I've heard this song before.
Can't hear it all. Fuck.
Did you do it by ear, or did you type in those notes by ear? Did you like look it up by ear? Did you look it up, or did you do it by ear? Jesus Christ!
Fuck. You did not have pushed it that in. I knew exactly what you were trying to say. Just kept on saying it. No, I didn't do it by ear entirely.
You looked up the
But I had to
chords?
fill in the gaps because I looked up the notes, but I don't read music, so it was hard to like piece everything together. So I had to kind of fill in the gaps in my head. You know what I mean?
See, the only wall I ever hit is like when translating music like that is guitar tablature. I just cannot ever fucking remember how that shit works. Every time I look at tabs, I'm just fucking like it like makes my brain shut down. But I can read normal music. It's pretty easy when you like because it's just the alphabet. So you just and it's the alphabet going up. So it's pretty easy once you figure out where like C is.
But it's all the like really quick notes, getting the timing right and shit was like
Yeah.
the really fun part.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean guitar tabs, it's just looking down at your guitar. What you see looking down at the guitar.
Did this get like copyrighted at all?
Immediately got a ASAC copyright as soon as it uploaded.
But they let it happen? They just take the money from it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't get a
So is there a chance that you would do that and get a strike, or do you have to do something else to get a strike?
I don't know. I've never gotten an actual
You're playing with
strike.
fucking fire over here. I mean, I would assume most artists wouldn't care because they make money off covers, and that's like standard in the industries to like take a cut of a cover.
Yeah. Technically, it's fair use to make the cover. It's just you can't sell it. You can't monetize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Well, it's
I think it's-
transformative. It's
Well, yeah, but it's like I think it's still like
it's
like
completely legal to
releasing
do
it.
covers.
I know, but releasing it still violates copyright in some sense, and it's arguing whether it's like you get in trouble is a different thing. Like you wouldn't get in trouble per se, but something like YouTube might still honor the copyright, you know.
I mean,
That's a cool effect you have on this video. How'd you do that? No, the video.
video. What are you talking about?
Here, 1 second.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah. How did you do that? What is that? Is that like a phone program?
Just a preset effect on the phone app I make videos on. I didn't realize that you were looking at a different video now.
Well, it ended, and then I just started auto-playing another one.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. I didn't know too much. I was just like a preset.
Tika keeps telling me that, like, Tika told me that, like, the kind of, like, emo rap you're making lately is, like, really in with, like, young girls right now. And that you need to upload all of your shit to TikTok for sampling. Like, for people to use in the videos. Tika. I showed her your rock song and stuff. What?
I said, oh shit, okay.
Yeah. She said that it's like really in, and if you did it on TikTok, she knows that you start to get traction.
Yeah, well, I've been uploading on TikTok, but like, I actually made a post about this earlier because I don't understand TikTok's algorithm at all, man. Fucking that 1 minute long song that I uploaded, it's literally just like the same 4 bars over and over. That got almost 600 views already, but my other song, the rock song, Meaningless, that only got that's like I think 64 views right now.
Huh.
And that's the one I want people to hear more. Like, you know what I mean?
So, but I think, like, isn't there a way to upload songs as, like, files to use in videos?
I don't know. I don't know much about TikTok.
There's a thing for that, and they got rid of a bunch of copyrighted music, so there's, like, a real need for indie artists on TikTok right now. But it's not like for videos, it's for putting in the music that people use for their own videos.
So that's what she's talking about?
Yeah, that's how people are blowing up right now, is what she's telling me. And she's like real plugged into like young people and stuff. Yeah, we got to figure out how to do that. I would look on TikTok and see if there's like a upload for creators or upload songs like bulk or something. I don't know. There's got to be something like that, because that's how ICP got their thing, was people using their songs. So they probably had them uploaded on TikTok, the ones that they have the licenses for. Or whoever.
Yeah, well, my music that I uploaded, like my older music, that I like released on like Spotify and everything, that was on that released on TikTok too. So those are songs that you can use as clips.
Okay. But that's
So-
just like your, that isn't your newer stuff, though.
No,
Because Tico was
So
talking
I
about
just
like
need-
the
I just
new
need to
emo
start-
rap you've been doing, you know?
yeah, I just need to start dropping my new shit like officially. I just haven't done that. It's just been like YouTube, SoundCloud, TikTok.
But you need to put it
Videos.
on your DistroKid? Or what? Is that what you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Which there's like fees for like certain things like there's a like I think like a $29 fee for it says leave a legacy, which means that like even if you delete your account or whatever, your music stays up. So like I guess otherwise they'll take it down if you like delete your account or whatever.
Wow,
But
that's a cool option. But they just pay to keep it
Yeah.
up like that? That's wild.
yeah, so like that's the only reason I haven't been doing that lately is because of I'm pretty broke. But I'm planning on it. I'm definitely planning on dropping this shit. I don't know like because I think there's like a fee for like albums too, and I don't know if I want to wait till I have an album's worth and then drop an album. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't really decided yet. So
Well, what I would do is just keep releasing singles on YouTube and stuff, and then once you have enough to do a mixtape, just put them all together and release them through DistroKid as a mixtape.
yeah, see, that's what I was that's what I was planning on doing.
Because then
Well,
it would like
that's what I'm
claim
saying,
your
though.
other videos that you released on your YouTube, and it would create like a whole like tight circle right there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got like, depending on how long of an album we're talking about, I'm already almost halfway there. You know what I mean? So, I've got my other collaboration projects going on right now too. I think that shit's really dope. I really dig some of the shit we're doing right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna show you the most recent visualizer. I just whipped it up in a couple minutes. I might do a couple more things to it, but the beat is like I redid the instruments on a beat because like I lost all of the old ones, and it's a really important beat to me. So I like sort of did a little bit more to it, and I think it's like super fucking like really 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 good. And this is definitely one that if you have heard, you haven't heard this version because I had to redo all the instruments. So, and I think it's way better than the original version. Yeah, there's a part of my brain that feels a little weird listening to it. It feels like a remix, but the original version, it only exists as like a really bad mix MP3 and the Fruity Loop file that I had to add in new instruments to. So there's really nothing you can do about that. See that it already looks kind of fucked up. It doesn't look right.
Are you playing it?
I haven't started playing it yet,
Okay.
but it still
Um,
it's a little frustrating because it doesn't look right. But it'll be kind of cool because this is like a preview that won't look like the final version, I guess. But the beat is mostly what I want to show you. So
come up on here, or do I need to watch it on YouTube?
it's gonna come up on here,
Okay.
and you'll be able to watch it on YouTube visually.
Okay. Cool.
That's what's up. Like, I feel like in the final version, I can make the ending a little sound a little bigger than it ends up sounding. But I'm pretty proud of like the way I like the variations I did. You know, I feel like I kept it really interesting the whole time.
Pretty cool. I didn't get to hear all of it because I couldn't hear it on here, so I had to mute myself and play it on YouTube. But yeah, it was pretty dope. I liked the effect on the video, the like glitch effect or whatever.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm basically like combining the effects on Premiere, like some default effects on Premiere, and some effects on the visualizer program I have. I have a program that you can put a song into, and then it lets you make visualizers that move to the song, so they can be like some of them are bars, and some of them are the sound wave, you know, like that shit, like, and some are like the kind that's like more spiky. But yeah, there's like all kinds of like effects that you can do with that, and then you can like mirror and bend the effects to where like you're creating things that happens when you hit a certain like fucking
Quincy?
frequency. Frequency. That's the word. Yeah. So if it hits like the highs, it's like you could basically mirror something and distort it so much to where it's like just a light, and you can make it a purple light, make it happen when hats go off, and then you can do other stuff around it, like, and just layer that, and so that's basically. But that one was like real simple. I did one effect to it, and then I went and did the static afterwards. But I don't know if it's my monitor, but the static looked like shit. Did the static look like shit to you? Did it look like static, or did it just look like the thing was like weird and warped? It's supposed to look like static.
It's like static.
It looked like static?
Yeah.
Maybe I think my monitor's fucked up. I was trying to watch Star Wars, and it was like the was, I don't know, I don't even know how to describe it. Like the colors were so harsh, like the lights were so harsh that like in a dark scene you could see like the it's like when you turn the contrast up on something really high. But I've tried fucking with the contrast and everything on this, but it doesn't do anything. But like if you turn up the contrast on a photo and you can see like all like the different colors and there's like hard lines, it's like that. But when I'm watching a fucking movie for some reason, but only when it shows like dark scenes. I don't know. I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah. It's honestly fucking. It's a conspiracy against me
Yeah, probably.
by demons.
By reptilian aliens.
They're
from
demons.
they're aliens from Nibiru.
There's no such thing as aliens.
Ah,
That's hokey malarkey.
so what's that program you were using though?
Astrofox. You want to look at it? So I'll show it to you.
I definitely need something like that.
It's
I just
super.
be using fucking random selfies and shit for my fucking songs.
Yeah, yeah. This is. I mean, if you want, I could fucking. Uh. Probably get. Something like this on here. But I think this is 64-bit. I don't know if it's 32-bit, so we can't put it on. We'd have to put it on that computer. I don't know how good that computer can encode a video, because that's sort of like a big deal. But I don't know. I'm pretty stoned right now, so like, I'm trying to like explain like video editing shit to you, and I don't even have the words in my head to do that right now. But I can show you this. It's pretty cool. I'll share my screen and then I'll take off my monitor. No! Come on, kitty, why are you doing that? Get out! What is the craziest shit in the world? Just like opened the door behind me and tried to like squeeze into the bathroom, where she's torn up our fucking tub. She's a maniac. Fucking crazy maniac. She meows
My
at
cat
me.
doesn't do that shit.
Your
Don't
cat.
tear anything up.
Yeah.
She just scratches like chairs and stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, my cat doesn't seem to care about furniture. She scratches on fucking doors and walls because she knows she can get through them until when they're closed all the way and she's like in a certain room, she'll freak out. So like I try to never keep her locked in my bedroom. But instead of going to the door and trying to go out of the door, she snuck through this door to try to get into the bathroom, where she just basically every time she's in the bathroom, we can't let her in there because she tries to tear down the side of the tub and break outside of the house through a hole that she sees. But it doesn't actually go outside. She's just really dumb. It's just a hole in the bottom of the tub from the paneling. If you take the paneling out, you just see the side of a tub. There's no hole. But she's a stupid fucking cat and she thinks it's an exit. Ugh.
Not the brightest cat though.
No, she isn't. But I don't know. She's smart in other ways. She's just
Well,
weird.
all animals are, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's got I don't know, almost like a slowness to her, I guess.
Yeah, she's real weird.
Your picture just like disappeared for some reason.
I know, because I'm sharing the.
Oh.
I guess I don't need to do that anymore, huh? See, that's just. Okay. I can zoom out. Fuck. So this is the one I was working for a different beat.
You're playing on YouTube?
No, I haven't. This isn't even done yet.
Oh, okay.
This is like a secret preview. So you can hear another beat that I'm really proud of. But I think you've heard this before, but I don't know, maybe I have gotten a little better at mixing since then, so maybe you heard it. Probably the next version. Yes. Can you hear it? Okay, so you should probably play it through the computer. Mute yourself on this or whatever. Whatever you gotta do. Whatever you did last time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute myself
Okay.
for a bit.
And so if you look at this upper corner area, there's all of my little things. And everything's like a digital audio workspace, you know, when you really understand it. Like, it's, you put these images over each other, you just layer them over each other, you get cool little effects. And this beat has like good scratching sample that I made in Fruity Loop fucking Scratcher. But yeah, there's like a kaleidoscope, and then I got my picture right here. You can hide scenes as you're working on them. I fucking love this beat. I can add a scene. I'm gonna put little effects on it. I'm gonna put a little box. Make of this. And then I could distort it. I'm gonna just move it all the way down beyond my picture. See, and I have like the kick, but you could even go as simple as like, I'll save that and then I'll do new. And I can do like just one of these little bar spectrums. So it's the same beat. And you could just do something like this. Move it down. And you just like throw a logo up here. You could have a picture behind it. What I try to do is I always try to make sure things are widescreen, because widescreen is what everything is nowadays. So like, instead of doing standard definition stuff, crop it to where it's 16:9, you know, to where it's widescreen, because every monitor is widescreen, every phone is widescreen when you turn it over. You don't really want to work with images that are like just squares when you're doing like visualizers. I mean, at least I don't like it because I'm very particular about things, I guess. But you don't even have to do this bar frequency thing. That you could trash this shit, and you can add like the sound wave. See, you can do one of those. You know those. We've always seen those. Smooth it out as much as you want to. Make it go crazy. And make it really high. See? Take up the whole screen with it. But yeah. It's the end of my presentation. Are you still muted?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay. I had to like keep on fucking with the volume on here and on my phone, because when you were talking, it was like you were talking on the video too, and there was a delay.
I guess I just kind of assumed that you were like just gonna listen to it completely through the thing, so I was just talking to you through the stream at that point. I don't know. Maybe I could have
I
communicated.
had to turn down the volume on my phone, but then I thought you were trying to talk to me, so I turned it back up because I couldn't hear what you were saying.
But I was just I
I
just
didn't
started
know if you were
talking
trying to
through
talk
the
to me.
stream to you. You know, I was talking through the stream.
Yeah, well, I figured that out, but yeah, I kept on having. That's why I kept on like fucking with my phone and shit, because I kept on having to fuck with the volume.
That's really funny. Yeah, I
But-
was just doing the thing. Did you hear most of what I said? Did you understand what I was saying?
Yeah, I caught some of it at least about the like just some of the shit you were doing.
At least there was probably a decent presentation on the end of the podcast, so you could always
Yeah,
watch this
I
later.
can always, I can watch back later if I
Yeah.
really want to like.
Because then you can
digest
remember
all
the
of that.
program, and then you can learn the basics. Because I just like taught you the basics of the program in like 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty cool. See how this
Uh,
super tiny chair. The chair is tiny as hell. But if I move to the bigger chair, it hurts my back.
your screen has been frozen this entire time, by the way. Still have not unfrozen.
Well, I got the stream on my end, so I'll cancel my camera and then I'll turn it back on, see if that fixes it for your end. Was that better?
Yeah. There
Okay.
you are.
Cool,
Okay,
cool.
now I can see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you're
it's
watching
kinda-
the YouTube, then you're seeing like the real stream.
Yeah, but it's such a delay that
I guess it
It's
is
not-
kind of weird to watch me through it.
yeah.
It's probably just good for you to. Why did it do that? See, I didn't even get close right there. I didn't even get close to the thing. That's bullshit. Just got blurry again for the audio listeners. Yeah, I feel like I could have gone with a better mic, but I feel like I like it when the episodes are like we're at the same quality rather than one of us being at a different quality than the other person.
Things to be more consistent.
Yeah. I'll still sound a lot better than how you sound when you sound good when you're like talking clearly, but when you're just like talking normal, it's like it's like a walkie-talkie. Sounds consistent. See, I didn't even hear that. It just cut. It didn't even catch that.
Oh no, man. Well, that ruins that joke then.
Yeah, it ruins the joke. Nobody heard it. Not even our audience.
Exactly.
Yeah. I went to Holiday Inn. No, not Holiday Inn. Village Inn. The restaurant, not the hotel. And I ate some a burger. I didn't sleep in a bed.
Village Inn.
Yeah, I ate at Village Inn.
Doesn't seem like a burger place.
They have a burger there that was pretty good. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not really a breakfast at a restaurant guy. I feel like it's kind of a ripoff, you know? I can make that same amount of food for much cheaper and just like to my exact specifications, so I don't really need to go to a restaurant for that. But I can't I don't have the equipment to make a proper cheeseburger, you know? I can make a cheeseburger, but it's like a shitty imitation of what you can make at a restaurant. So I'm with the cheeseburger. They have a real grill. Fucking fire me. Fire me off the podcast for having preferences like every other normal person, Bradley. Sometimes the show is just you railroading me.
This show is mine now. You can see yourself out. All right, everybody. So this is no longer the smoke up. This is the B Deli show, and what we're gonna do now. You see, first of all, the weed. That's no more. That's old school. Weed is for losers. What we do on this podcast now is we talk about very serious social issues while we sip on tea out of a wine glass, and our audience is going to be only people who agree with everything I say exactly the way I say it. Okay? And I'm only going to do like one show a month. And that's going to be the show. So you can expect one episode a month where I get to say things that you have to agree with. And I'm not going to smoke any weed. I hope you like it. I hope you like what I'm doing with this show. I really hope you like the direction I'm taking with it. I've put a lot of thought into this. I think this is the most marketable strategy that I could possibly go with. Malachi was just not doing, all this weed stuff and all that. Not working for me. Not working for you, the audience. Not working for YouTube. So this is what we're gonna do. Shit. I don't know what to say. There's nobody on here. Do I just have a conversation with myself? How does this work? I didn't think about this part. I guess I need a co-host. Hey Malachi, are you still there? Hey bro. Did you are you there? Hey. Oh man, I might need to call him back.
No, don't hang up. Don't hang up.
I can't do this on my own. I'm lost. I'm lost without him. Oh. Is that him? Who is this? Who is it? Identify yourself.
I'm a burglar.
Oh, you're just a burglar. Right. Did you just burglarize Malachi's house? I guess you probably don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is. I've killed everyone in this house, and I am. This is not a very funny joke. uh, uh, I am actually a Halloween. No. I forced Malachi to perform. No, that's probably not good either. Uh, 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 I'm getting a phone call.
Also, you're just burglarized? You're on- You getting a phone call? You're just gonna answer a phone call? All right. That was
Get back.
interesting.
I'll beat you up. I'm beating you up. And you're dead. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Malachi.
Ugh. I just had to fight a grown man who was who was robbing my house, and
Seem traumatized.
where are my glasses? And that was, I think, I am traumatized. I'll never be the same again.
I think not the same. You seem very different after that experience. Are you gonna be all right? Do you need to you need to, you need to talk to somebody? Not me. I'm not good at that stuff. But do you need to talk to somebody else?
No, I couldn't do it. Let's try. Let's try and seem like I was frozen, but I couldn't do it.
I questioned it for like 1 second.
Yeah,
I did a freeze button, and I was like, no,
I
he
know.
is slightly moving.
I broke too fast. You know, I could have pulled that off. I could have I don't know. I don't know I don't know. So I heard that you were bombing. I heard you bombed on our show.
No, I wouldn't say I bombed.
I just heard that. I'm not saying you bombed. I was just saying that that's what other people told me.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just telling everybody, I was like, maybe that was kind of mean of me to just kick him off the show. Like, he kind of needs me right now. I should probably invite him back on as like a co-host, That's what I was saying. I didn't I didn't bomb. I was just,
Oh,
I was like, hey, let me hit up Malachi and get him back on the show,
yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that one more. I like that idea more.
It's the truth. It's not an idea. It's the truth. That's like saying that,
What's the
the sky's
truth?
blue. Yeah, I like that idea.
What's the truth but an assortment of things that we say?
It's an assortment of things that we say that's true. I feel like you left out the important detail.
I think you could probably argue that you're wrong.
You argue anything.
Yeah. And my argument would be that if you really think about it, you gotta feel this in the sound.
Really think about it. Sometimes the sky is orange. Everybody says it's blue, but
Now we're just
sometimes
saying
it's orange.
we're just saying nonsense. We gotta get this train back on the tracks. This is just not even a show anymore. Okay, well, we did a
I
bit.
don't know. We just did a pretty good bit.
We did a really
You
good
know,
bit.
we're winding
try-
down from that.
Yeah, we're trying to land, but I don't think we stuck the landing because we did all of our segments before the bit, so we don't have like a segment to land into. We're just kind of bullshitting. I think it was really good though. I think that was really funny. Actually,
Pretty good.
I got this game. I got this really cool video game. Bradley, I got a really cool video game.
Cool. What's this cool video game?
It's pretty cool.
What?
What do you want to
What is
see
it?
it?
Sure.
Okay, you got to vamp for like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. All right. I'm gonna vamp. Yo, it's B Deli and I'm on the mic. I'll tell you about the things I don't like. I don't like this and I don't like that. I don't like rap. Uh, I can't freestyle for shit. I tried though. I tried. Give me credit. Come on. Give me my props at least for trying. Fuck.
This
Y'all are
shit
so
is so
mean.
fucking cool. You don't even know how cool this shit is. Are you ready for this?
I'm so ready. Let me see. I'm excited. Wow.
Is that like backwards for you right now?
No?
Okay, I was just making sure it's not hard to read. So it's Star Wars: The Clone Wars for the Wii lightsaber duels.
Lightsaber duels. I can't see that part. I see lightsaber now. You gotta you gotta pull it back a little bit or something. There we go. Yep. I see it.
So you got Ahsoka
Lightsaber
Tano, you got Anakin, you got Mace Windu, you got Grievous, and you got Obi-Wan.
I don't know any of these people. But,
you don't
except
know-
for Obi-Wan.
So you know who Obi-Wan is. You know who
I know
Anakin
Obi-Wan.
is.
Oh, Anakin. I don't know the other people.
You know Mace Windu. And Samuel L.
Nah.
Jackson.
Okay. I know Samuel L. Jackson.
See? And then, back here, and you're doing fucking lightsaber battles. The whole game is just lightsaber battles.
Like sword fighting, but Star Wars.
They're lightsabers, they're not swords.
Yeah, I said it's like sword fighting.
See, that's Asajj Ventress? It's Asajj. Come on! Why doesn't the autofocus work when I'm trying to show Star Wars? This is a conspiracy against me by demons.
Well, they don't want you showing the truth, which is Star Wars.
Yeah, they don't want me showing anything. Yeah, but there's Asajj Ventress, and she's fighting Obi-Wan. I don't even know the point in describing it. What's the point in even describing it?
I mean, it sounds fun. It's like a sword fighting game, but it's lightsabers.
Yeah, it's like
Star
real lightsabers.
Like real lightsabers. Wait,
Yeah.
you have real lightsabers?
Well, it's like that.
The game comes with actual lightsabers?
You know, they sold this to me as new and sealed, but it's not really new. I have to report that eBay shop. This isn't new. Isn't that weird? That they would seal a game and then sell it as new?
They'd be doing that shit sometimes.
It's so fucking upsetting.
I got movies that were supposed to be new, and it was the wrong movies in the case.
No fucking way.
Yeah, that happened to me once.
That's awful. Mikos got a copy of Dark Souls that was completely in Japanese. It was language locked.
Yeah.
You couldn't change the language.
Yeah, you told me about that.
No.
Crazy.
Yeah, but can you imagine the fun I'm gonna have with this? I feel like fucking bzzz, bzzz, you know?
fight against?
What?
Who do you fight against? Is it like 2-player, or do you
I
just
think I
play
fight
against
the
one?
bad guys. I think I fight the bad guys.
You can't like play with another person?
Uh, it looks like a single player game.
That's lame. What the
How
fuck?
is that lame? I have a sword fighting game for that, and it's fun, but it's not lightsabers, and I kind of want to be in my own little world when I'm playing it, fighting iconic heroes and villains. I don't want
I still think it should be a feature though.
I don't know.
I guess I miss like 2-player games in general. That's like
Yeah.
not even a thing anymore.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I miss that shit. You know,
yeah.
it's more fun to play with somebody you're actually interacting with. Like
The Wii had a lot
in
of good
person.
two-player games, so I think it's okay for them to have a couple single-player games. And I didn't know this shit existed. I did not know this shit existed. I saw it on a tweet.
Thought on a tweet.
Yeah.
And then you were like, I gotta get it.
Yeah, see, look.
It's upside down.
Oh. I can't tell because it's backwards on the monitor for me. So everything looks all fucked up. Let's see. Star Wars Clone Sabers lightsaber duel.
It's also blurry, but I see it.
Yeah.
I could read it.
Pretty cool. But the description says, play the Clone Wars, fight the most memorable lightsaber duels as your favorite characters from the film and animated TV series. So it's Clone Wars characters. Mwah. Wield your Wii remote like a lightsaber. See, that's the best part. Wield your Wii remote like a lightsaber. Experience the ultimate weapon of the Jedi Knights. Anyone can be a Jedi. That's the best part. Says it right here in gold lettering. Right there. Anyone can be a
Darth
Jedi.
Vader. Can Darth Vader be a Jedi?
No, I can be Obi-Wan. They don't mean the characters can play each other. With intuitive controls, players of all levels can dive right into the action. That means children and adults alike. This game is explicitly also for adults, and you can't tell me it isn't. It's pretty exciting. It comes with a manual. You remember the days of games coming with manuals? So you know it isn't new because the manual doesn't smell like factories.
Like,
But look at that. Ooh. Isn't that fucking sexy? Look at this.
wouldn't be the word I would use, but pretty cool.
See, look. So look, that's Asajj. Asajj Ventress. Oh. Yeah. It's a Kit Fisto. He's the guy that the Emperor kills him in episode 3. Count Dooku. That's the guy that's in it's the guy that's in what's that other thing he's on? Yeah, no, then Ahsoka. Have you ever seen Clerks?
I don't really remember it.
There's an actress named Rosario Dawson or something like that. She plays the live action Ahsoka. Anakin's apprentice, who you don't see in any of the movies at all. But they made sure to write it into the story that she was just in other places at those times.
At least in one cameo, you know.
What?
You said that she doesn't show up in the movies at all?
No, she didn't exist. She wasn't thought of until after the movies came out.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, she was like a later character for the Clone Wars series. That series.
Huh.
How does that make you feel?
I don't really feel much about it, I guess. I don't know. That's cool.
Do you ever worry that we're all going to end up pod people?
Like Matrix?
Is that? I thought the Matrix was like sitting in a chair in a room full of numbers, just spinning around really fast.
No, not at all.
I don't.
You're like vaguely mixing different concepts in the movie into something that never happens in the movie at all.
You could
No, the
you could be
Matrix-
lying to me and I wouldn't know it because I've never seen the movie. So how can I trust you?
So in the Matrix, fucking AI advances to a point where it's it goes all rogue or whatever, and humans and robots are at war, and so because the AI is like powered off of the sun or whatever, people like create artificial clouds to block out the sun, and then the robots start using humans as their power source. So they put people in these pods and then put them in a simulated reality to where they think they're living in fucking 1999 New York, fucking just living their lives, but they're actually in a fucking pod in the future, being
And
controlled.
that's all revealed in the first movie? Or is that over the course
Yeah.
of the series? Wow.
Yeah, that's all revealed. The next two movies are more like they're scenes in the Matrix, but a lot of it takes place outside of the Matrix, and it deals with the like war against the fucking
The robots.
AI. Yeah, but yeah, all that's revealed to Neo like when he goes into the Matrix for the first time, and he's like told like what's happening and why he was in the Matrix to begin with.
And you're telling me they never seized on the opportunity to have him in a room full of numbers, just circling around him.
You're mixing together the different concepts in the movie. So when he's able to see the Matrix, he sees the numbers. When he's first shown the Matrix, he's in a white
See, now
room.
you've got to be fucking with me.
No. You're mixing two different fucking things. You're mixing together the white room. There's a blank white room with a chair in it, with Morpheus sitting in the fucking chair, and the red pill or the blue pill, that whole shit.
See, I told you.
There's no numbers. There's no fucking
You
floating
just
around
said
numbers.
there was numbers.
I did not say there was numbers. I'm tripping.
I have some coffee I gotta grab.
Coffee at
Yeah.
this hour?
Yeah. What time is it? 1?
I don't know. What time is it? Yeah, 1:13.
Well, how late were you planning on
14.
staying up? We're only at 1:49 of our episode. We're not even at hour 2 yet.
I'm just chilling. I was just giving you shit for drinking coffee at 1 a.m.
I'm okay. I was just.
Have you seen Quiet on Set? Have you watched that? I'm sure you've heard about it.
Let me go get my coffee and then we'll talk about Quiet on Set.
Okay.
That's perfect.
I guess I should be vamping right now. I'm sure most of you have seen Quiet on Set. And a lot of wild shit for sure. Yeah, I specifically wanted to talk about Drake Bell. I'm gonna save that for when he gets back. But yeah, a lot of the shit in that documentary is shit that I feel like people should have picked up on a long time ago. I've been saying this shit about like Nickelodeon and Disney for a long time. That like they do inappropriate things with these kids like on television and get away with it. But yeah, it's especially bad. Some of the things that were revealed in that documentary are fucking horrendous. I believe there's a fifth episode about to come out. So yeah, I guess we'll see what else is revealed. But I don't even know what else to say. This motherfucker needs to hurry up. I need to save this shit. He's back. Back in black? Is that a black shirt? I think it's a black shirt. Oh, and he's gone.
See, that's me if I was a breaking robot. Let me put on my headphones so I can hear your response. Oh, my headphones got unplugged. They're like stuck on my foot. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Audio is back. And it's on my head now.
There you go. Now
So-
he's actually back.
What's up?
So, you did watch Quiet on Set?
Yeah.
Yeah?
She was
A lot
crazy.
of yeah.
Okay, so let's go from the beginning. How to start? How did the show start?
Well, it started with the relationship with Amanda Bynes and Dan Schneider. I think that was the first thing they really went into. And that was obviously really weird.
Yeah, because he was like, he worked with her dad, and they were like, real touchy-feely. And they showed like the clip with her rubbing her boob on his arm. Totally a teenager like using her body to get like special preference by the director, who is
Part, actually.
much older than her. What?
I don't remember that specific clip.
You don't remember that part?
Nah. I remember like her being in the hot tub with him. I remember like her giving him massages.
There's like a part where she's like right
that.
behind him and she's like holding his arm like this, and her breast is right up against his arm. Like there's no accidentally doing that. And it's inappropriate. Like adults know that's inappropriate.
Yeah, the whole like her trying to get emancipated and Dan Schneider like trying to help her.
Yeah.
That should have been.
Like, do you think she was gonna run away with him? They implied that. I feel like, and I feel like a big critique of the whole documentary is a lot of it was a lot of fluff, and then there was some really hardcore shit in it. But I think the Amanda Bynes thing was real serious.
Well, that was real serious.
And what happened
a lot
after
of it
that?
was stuff.
There was like Dan being mean on set, right?
Yeah, I mean that was the whole thing.
There was the black kid and his mom, like how his mom stood up for him.
And got him kicked off the show. And
Yeah.
all bad about it, but later realized like she had accidentally saved him.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Well, possibly.
Yeah, I mean,
because there was Mr. Handsy, right, or Mr. Handy. It's funny because his name is Mr. Handy, and wow, he was a pedophile. Is that funny? I don't know. Maybe not very funny. But his name was Mr. Handy.
Talking about Mr. Pickle?
Yeah, but his real name was something Handy. I can't remember his first name because I was just too busy laughing at his last name. But the Mr. Pickle guy was that
was Brian Peck, right?
No, Brian Peck was the speech coordinator for speech and the acting.
Wait, no, wait. Yeah, I think I might be mixing up people.
Because Handy was the first pedophile.
There's too many pedophiles at Nickelodeon.
They talked about Dan a bunch, which a lot of the stuff against Dan is just him being a shitty boss, but a lot of it's him being inappropriate with children. You know, it's like a big mix of it. But he's like never like confirmably like a pedophile. But I would argue he's a fucking pedophile. I think he's like doing like degrading shit to these kids and then going home and fucking jerking off to it. Fucking
the feet shit is obviously weird. He's putting his it seems obvious to me that he's putting his own fetish into these shows because why would the fucking fixation on feet and not just ooh haha feet are funny like him and some people at Nickelodeon try to play it off. Like he's got fucking like 14, 15-year-old Ariana Grande putting her feet in her mouth. Yeah. It's disgusting.
Did you see the claim at the end with that he made where he was all like numerous adults like watched and oversaw my projects and there were a bunch of checks and balances on what I was doing. It was just like
his interview with
well, you're talking about one of his statements in text. I didn't see a response video. No.
No, you didn't see that? Fucking bro. Oh my god. We got to talk about that for sure. You got to watch that.
We'll talk about that.
Dan Schneider did an interview in response to
was it like a softball interview or was it like a hardcore journalism?
The interviewer was one of the actors from iCarly, who's obviously very good friends with Dan, and is basically just gassing him up the entire time. He's like, oh yeah, well I know how things were, and you know these kids came to you when they needed help. Oh yeah, I know that you weren't in charge with the money. Like you know, like he's like defending. He's not even like not once does he fucking challenge him on a single fucking thing. He will bring up an issue and then basically answer it for Dan half the time, and then Dan just kind of reiterates what he said, like, "Oh yeah, I mean that's what it was."
You're just a small little bean, right? You're just a small little bean. You would never hurt kids. You're just a tiny little bean.
Yeah, and nobody bought this bullshit. Everybody was like, "What the fuck is this? Like, are you serious? This is your response?" Have an actual fucking reporter do this interview and
fucking
ask you
sue someone. Prove that you're like being defamed right now. You know.
Not once was he even asked about like the inappropriate things with kids. He was just asked about the being a mean boss stuff. Like, it was fucking stupid. Like,
Yeah.
he didn't even ask the fucking like real questions.
Yeah, which is like why, yeah.
Or like
Why didn't you establish more space between you and these young female child celebrities, when they're all underage? He's like touching them, which is like, I think that's just crossing a line right there. Like, fucking, if a director was touching my daughter like that, I would be like, you're in my radar, buddy, and then I would get kicked off the set like that black lady.
Yeah. Well, see, and then that leads into the whole like Drake Bell situation. You remember that?
Yeah, that's all I remember. That's like the part
That's
that
like the big.
Yeah,
That's like the big part of it.
Yeah.
So first of all, I was confused when I watched this because I was like, wait, I thought Drake Bell was a sex offender. I spent the last 2 years under the impression that he was like a sex offender. But now what I'm seeing is that he's not. So now when I look it up, apparently that was like fake news, basically.
Was it?
Because
because I thought he sent texts. I thought they say he sent inappropriate texts to a minor.
He admitted to having a conversation with a minor that turned into flirting, and he said that as soon as he realized the age, he stopped talking to her. Her story was completely different. I remember watching that shit, but I thought he like got in trouble for that. And I remember that like there were news stories about it saying that he was like a sex offender. He's like a registered sex offender.
He was just being charged for that, but he didn't get charged.
He didn't even get charged for that.
Okay,
apparently.
so
he got charged for endangering endangerment of a minor for like some like roundabout reason. I can't remember.
Well, I heard he was doing.
That was it.
Like, yeah, but what about like the I don't know. I just heard so much crazy shit about him at once during that time, so it's like hard to parse it. Like I heard that he like got an endangering child charge, so like he was like endangering his own child. Is what a lot of people were implying. So was he endangered? Did he get charged for endangering this child he was texting?
I don't see. I need to get the full story on that because I watched a couple of videos of him talking about it.
I'll Google it.
I don't remember. I don't remember what he said about that part. But I just, first of all, if he like, I don't know, like it's kind of fucked up if there were just news stories like defaming him this whole time, saying that he was like a registered sex offender. You know what I mean? But that's apparently what happened. That's what he's saying that happened. When I looked it up and I didn't see anything about like him getting actually in trouble for that shit.
This says he was sentenced to probation for sexual texts with a minor. Drake Bell, best known for his... This is an article on CNN, an entertainment article, so... Peak journalism, folks. Actor Drake Bell, best known for the Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh, was arrested by an Ohio court to 1 year of probation on Monday, stemming from charges of attempted child endangerment and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. Bell pleaded guilty to the charges related to incidents in... I lost the accent. I was doing good for a second, but I lost it. Related to incidents in Cleveland, Ohio in 2017 last month. Okay, so this is what we need to click on. So this was 7 years ago. Drake Bell pleads guilty to attempted endangering of children. Drake Bell, best known for the Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh. Jesus, the new CNN article was just the same as the other CNN article. Wait, no, they just linked to a different article that they wrote. Okay. Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. So, according to an earlier statement from prosecutors, a 15-year-old victim filed a report with her local police department in Canada in 2018 about an incident that allegedly took place between her and Bell in the previous year at a Cleveland nightclub. Canadian authorities contacted the Cleveland Division of Police, which investigated. The statement said the investigators revealed that the victim, who had established a relationship with Bell several years prior, attended his concert in December 2017. While at the concert, Bell violated his duty of care and in doing so created a risk of harm to the victim, the prosecutor said. The investigation also revealed that in the months leading up to the concert, Bell had sent the victim inappropriate social media messages. So that's a little vague, but it seems kind of like pretty firm in him doing something at that concert.
Well, so
at the concert,
he talked about that shit. Him and his wife both actually talked about it. So what they were saying was,
you can tell me.
So he had those conversations with this person on Instagram, and then the same person later on, like, visited him at his concerts, and he didn't know it was the same person, and they basically tried to make it seem like he was he knew or whatever, something like that. But so him and his wife are both saying that she's like some crazy.
It's the same minor who tried to trick him twice into interacting with her.
But apparently she's like harasses his wife and all this crazy shit. Like, so they're saying she's doing crazy shit like that, and she's trying to make him look a way that he actually isn't. I'm not saying that. Well, I don't believe either way because I don't know. But I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty big accusation for, not very much evidence of anything happening. Just saying that he endangered her, so he interacted with her at the concert is all they're saying. Is that the big deal here? Oh, what happened?
I guess I don't know. I don't know what those interactions were exactly, but yeah, I don't know. I watched a video of him and his wife talking about it where they were saying that she went to see him at a concert and he didn't know it was the same person that he had just talked to on Instagram and tried to stop talking to her. And so that made it seem like he was continuing to talk to her. I think.
Why did he plead guilty instead of fighting it in court? Because the texts were that bad.
Yeah, I mean, he admitted that part.
I mean, if he thought she was an adult, then it doesn't really matter how bad the texts are initially, right?
Yeah, I mean he's open about that part. He's like, yeah, I had these conversations. They were inappropriate. I didn't know her age. That's his side. So, I don't know. My thing is, I spent the last 2 years thinking this dude was a for real pedophile, registered sex offender, and apparently that's not true. Or is he? Is he registered? Did it say anything about that?
No, well, it doesn't say he's registered for it as anything.
Yeah, but there were news articles about that shit. I remember seeing that, and it ruined Drake and Josh for me because I was like, now that the cool guy on the show is a fucking pedo, you know what I mean?
15.
So I really hope that's not the case. I really hope his story.
Well, it's weird that even in this story it says that the incident took place between her and Bell the previous year at a Cleveland nightclub. What is a 14-year-old doing in a nightclub?
Fucking, so that would be
that's always shitty when minors end up in a place that shouldn't have minors and people get.
It's like the SPM situation where it was a stripper who was actually 13, which I don't know how you couldn't tell, but he assumed she was of age.
Yeah. SPM's a complicated situation, but with the stripper thing, there's no doubt they hired a 13-year-old, and that isn't his fault.
There's an issue there that doesn't involve SPM.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's Jesus Christ, too many fucking.
Yeah.
But they were trying to fuck him for a long time. I mean, I don't want to fucking defending SPM is such I don't know, it's so awful what happened to him and.
The shit, it's weird. There seems to be a weird pattern there, but
you get in trouble if you defend him, though. People will accuse you of being a pedophile. It's it's fucking bullshit, but it's like I don't really want to have like clips of me being like, well, I think that victim lied because they were coerced by their parents, or I think that it wasn't the responsibility of SPM to be IDing strippers, like stuff like that. Maybe if I had more power, I would legally try to contend with that. But I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's got to be someone that has his back with more power than me. I don't got to be out here defending SPM, fucking making my reputation look weird because I have to defend a guy in prison for the rest of his life. I don't think he should be in prison for 40 years, no matter what because the charges he got like put in prison for weren't like a life in prison charge. It was crazy.
Well, from my understanding, he didn't go to prison for the 13-year-old. He went to prison for he was accused of molesting like a 9-year-old or something like that.
Yeah, he was accused of performing oral on a 11-year-old. And there's a very like sticky situation that he had like beef with the parents at the time, and his daughter was there for a sleepover, and he goes there to pick her up in the middle of the night, and they claim that he molested her in the time that it took him to come and get his daughter before he left with his daughter. So it's like, I don't know, either he's a fucking psycho, or, because they like tried to sue him for money. Like, I don't know how much they settled for, but like he got like fucked financially for that too. I don't know. I don't think he'd like. I think it's so like, so fucking crazy to, not be more critical of the evidence when you're trying to accuse someone of like literally molesting a little girl next to your daughter. Like, I mean, of course, like, it doesn't really matter to a child molester, but like going to someone's house to pick up your daughter and molesting someone else's daughter while you're picking up your daughter from someone's house is like, it's like not usually a pedophile's MO because they're trying to get ingratiated and create a situation where they're not going to get in trouble immediately. I don't know. They didn't have physical evidence in court, and they chose the one act of like sexual act that would leave no physical evidence, and it's just fucked up. It's just fucked up.
Speak on the evidence stuff, but as for like the rationalization on like, I mean, people who do that shit don't make any fucking, they don't think rationally, you know what I mean? And I know from personal experience, because that kind of shit happened to me. Well, it happened around me when I was a kid without me even knowing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like, but the way that works is it's not like, it's such a difficult conversation to even have, and that's why I don't even like to talk about SPM. But it's like, I don't think that his situation was comparable to someone who's ingratiated with their victims, and they think that they can get away with more and more reckless behavior. This is like I don't know, like either it's like the most like sadistic crime, but like either, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it. But
I choose to not have an opinion on these things because I can't know for sure. And so, like, to me, like, if I like an SPM song, it's a fucking song. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think everybody should have a higher standard for when you put someone in life in prison, basically. He got 40 years, no parole. Like, he not getting out till he's a 65-year-old man. And they didn't have, like, there wasn't as much evidence as you would expect to have in a normal case where they would sentence someone to that much time. Like, it's in my opinion, it was a fucking racist attack by the Texas courts in coordination with the people who, like, didn't like him and were trying to sue him for money,
I can say that he got double the time that the offender who was offending in my family did. He's out now. living in Canyon, by the way.
Yeah, that's fucking.
It's insane to me. Like, like it doesn't make sense. That motherfucker should have spent his entire life in prison.
Exactly, because that's like, and it's like they fucking, with the law in America, they draw the lines along racial lines, you know, like racial and money lines.
Yeah,
Like,
he was a white guy.
yeah, like they're not gonna, there's crazy shit. The person who molested Drake Bell got 16 months in jail. But it's not just rich people that happens to. That's super common for like normal guys to just get like a year and a half in jail for molesting a kid. And it's wrong, but the problem with the legal system is it's inconsistent and it just punishes people, and its purpose is to really just enslave minorities. Like when you really just get down to it, they purposely prefer to put minorities in prison because a lot of the people in the system are racists and think that they are more prone to violence. And so they want them to be in prison because in prison they're in a box and they can work for like change. And they're like corporations lobby to keep like free labor going on in prisons so they can like get free slave labor from prisons, which is like, it's just insane. Like, it's just an excuse to keep slaves about. But instead of enslaving black people, we enslave degenerates. Anybody who the government thinks is degenerate. They don't think a white guy molesting little kids is degenerate if he meets certain qualifications, you know. But like, if it's someone who's like SPM had beef with the Texas authorities and bragged about being a drug dealer in all of his music. But he didn't get rich from being a drug dealer. He got rich from doing his music, so they never had anything to pin on him. And then the accusations come from this family that if you like look into sort of the lore about it, they weren't on good terms at the time, you know? Like, it's like, I don't know, it's such a fucked up situation too. But like, even if he had done it, like, it's like, 40 years in prison is fucking insane. People kill people and get 40 years in prison. You know, there's no standard for how people are fucking punished. And it's so awful when people get like punished for crimes that should carry a hefty sentence, but over punished to where it's like, well, you know, if any chance of reforming someone's thrown out the window when you put them in prison for 40 years. Because they're going to stay in prison for 40 years, come out, not do good outside, and basically like die within the next 10-15 years because they're 65. Like, it's just insane. Like,
I think the idea is that I'm not arguing that it's consistent at all. I agree that it's inconsistent, but I think the idea with harsh sentences is that there are certain crimes that are beyond redemption. There's no rehabilitation for somebody who is a serial killer or a child molester who offends several times, you know what I mean? Like, things like that, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, there's no redeeming that person. Why would you give them the chance to come out and do it again when you can just lock them up forever? And, I mean, in a way, like, I wish the guy who offended in my family was still in prison. I can say that for sure. I don't like that he's free right now.
It's hard to believe someone like that guy had any remorse, like, because of how, like, it's just really fucking evil, the shit he did. And so, like, I agree with you. Like, shit like that should carry a life in prison. They don't quantify these things correctly, though. Like, it's fucking insane.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying that I think there are some crimes that are like so bad that like these people who do them should not ever be let out. You know, like it's like you do that, you obviously have something very fucked up, and you will do it again. Yeah. You like, you know what I mean? Like, it's different than somebody who does something once, like somebody who kills once or something like that. I see the possibility of redemption, you know. Somebody who's a serial killer, like Jeffrey Dahmer status, like
no. And it should go the same with sex crimes, and that's a big problem, is we don't do that. We literally give like death sentences to minorities for sex crimes, and we give slap on the wrists to white rich people for sex crimes. And if you're a rich minority, it may or may not get you, you know, like it's going to be a hit or a miss, you know, but like it was like a thing to lynch people who were very often minorities. You know, black people, lynched them for sex crimes that were like accusations and later proved to be false, or, you know, like when you read the story, it's like obviously something that was cooked up by the mob to fucking the angry mob of white people who were frustrated with this person to kill them, you know? Because all it takes is one accusation like that.
It was pretty common for like a white woman to accuse a black man of raping them,
Yeah.
and that's
how Emmett
he's
Till got
dead.
killed, you know? Like it's and it was really common. Like it's fucking
Yeah.
It's because the law in America has never been like not racist. They never scrapped the thing, and everybody is like still sort of operating like that. And then it's like, you know, how many years does it take for it to level out? You know, obviously it's not going in the right direction because the prison populations aren't dropping. And I feel like there would be like a panic if people started getting like released from prison en masse. You know, like there would be like a news panic about it. It would be like a whole like fucking Republican talking point to be like they're just releasing all the criminals and everything's gonna become hell. But like we need to start releasing people from prison. Like there are so many people in prison that don't need to be there, and they just need to fucking get out of there. And we keep them in there because the laws are so inconsistent across the entire country. It's insane. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
The idea that there are still people locked up for weed when I can sit here and legally smoke it.
Yeah,
I'm
on a
mad for
camera
that,
and then
you know
send
what I mean?
it
That's
to
fucked up.
yeah. It's
Like I'm glad I can do it legally, but I'm pissed off that they can't. You know, like that's fucked up. That's not fair. That they're still in jail for it. Like
doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense. It's a completely inconsistent system that's mostly been used as a racist cudgel, and it's like fucking how do you reform this shit? You can't. The only way to like fucking call me whatever you want, but strong central authority, you know, federal laws. I don't like state bullshit. I think states are like the dumbest fucking idea. I'm tired of states. The states should be like counties. The laws shouldn't be different. The taxes should be different. People vote on their taxes and their roads. But the rest of it's handled by a federal government. All the laws are the same. All the punishments for laws are the same. You know, fucking crazy bullshit that people get out of fucking crimes for like different different state things. I mean, you could fucking marry a minor in Louisiana and Kentucky. Like it's fucking. The age of consent is 16 in a couple states, 17 in a couple states, 17 in about half the states, and 18 in like the rest. And so like it's like literally it's just a fucking mess. Fucking Matt Gaetz, who was like in trouble in the media for sex trafficking a minor, was moving a 17-year-old from a legal state to an illegal state. You know, that's what he was doing. And which is, you know, the dude's a fucking creep, but like, why are our laws like this? It's like a net designed to get people in jail. Like, that's all it seems like. It doesn't seem like it's actually there for a real purpose other than to like confuse people when they're trying to go across the states so they end up in the system. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
people running the system are the biggest criminals of all a lot of the time. So, I mean, what does that say? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When police officers are committing crimes and framing people for crimes, and you see government officials all the time getting caught up in scandals for doing shit that's illegal. You know what I mean? You see it all the fucking time.
Yeah,
And
less often with political officials than with cops, but yeah, sometimes.
It happens still.
It's like big when it happens with the politicians, so I feel like it like sticks around longer. But cops are
Yeah,
a scourge on
because they get away
society.
with it.
Yeah,
They don't get like publicly smeared and then it ruins their career. They get publicly smeared, but nobody really knew who they were to begin with, so they
Yeah.
just continue
Nobody
fucking
cares.
working as a cop afterwards. Like,
and it's like the expectation now is like half of people in America want the cops to just kill people, and the other half are like, please do something about the fucking cops. It's a fucking stalemate. I don't know who the cops have to kill. I thought Uvalde would really change people's minds about the police, but everybody just kind of stopped thinking about it. Because they're just useless cowards, you know? All they do is abuse people. There's an actual, like, tragedy, emergency happening, they're fucking useless as shit. You know? Fucking... All their training is just for, like, beating random people up, not for actually fighting the real problem in America, which is like random people with guns. That's the biggest issue in America as far as I'm concerned. Like when it comes to like going to the grocery store or having a kid in school, things you have to do. Fucking, I would really like to not be shot. That seems like the only useful thing that like a police force would be for is to like stop a shooter from killing everybody because there are guns everywhere. Like that should be what you're trained to do, but they're trained to like fucking like basically get people into like weird lies until they incriminate themselves so they can slap cuffs on them and take them to county until they confess to more crimes so they can put them in court systems until they break those fucking things and get fines and end up in jail and like end up in the system forever. Like they're just like fucking, I don't know. I don't like the ACAB, you know, ACAB. Acabalon B.
I don't know. I don't know
What?
that means. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. It's like I don't know.
I know what ACAB is. I don't know what ACABalon B or whatever the
No,
fuck
I'm
you
just
said.
being,
I don't
I'm
know what
just
that
like saying random shit in my head. Like, it's like a Twitter handle of a random Twitter account. I don't know why I said that. But yeah, I got some cool video games lately. I got my physical copy of Baldur's Gate finally. Got my physical copy of Baldur's Gate finally. Can you hear me?
Cool. Yeah. Are you not hearing me?
You're not saying anything. You're just
I've
sitting
commented on every fucking thing you said. Are you not hearing me? Am I muted?
there. What? I'm just fucking with you. No, I can hear you, but you're just not talking. You're not talking right now.
Yeah, now because you were fucking talking. This motherfucker, he's trying to piss me off.
Yeah,
This is
but
what he does.
that shit with Drake Bell is crazy though. That shit was a bombshell.
Yeah, well, like, it's crazy that that was like a huge like scandal that like nobody knew like who the kid was. But I mean, it wasn't huge as big as it should have been, but it was like
I mean, there
it was
were
like
articles.
there were like articles about it and shit when it came out
Yeah.
that Brian Peck like went to prison for that
If
shit.
you go to his Wikipedia, it's very funny because it labels him as an American sex offender and language coach or something like that, acting coach. But it's very funny because it like puts the pedophile part first, and then it puts his job.
As it should. That's
As
the
it
most
should.
important thing.
Yeah,
That's why anybody's looking him up. Nobody's looking him up because of his job. They're looking him up because of the fucking pedophile shit. So yeah, that should be the first thing. And it's the most important thing to know. Like if somebody didn't know that and they stumbled across this, that's the first thing they should know.
yeah. Because I mean, I think the biggest thing about preventing reformed, like keeping reformed pedophiles from reoffending, is like everybody just being educated. You know, everybody knowing like how how kids act when they're being abused. You know, like
Yeah,
red
it's important.
flags. and knowing like having sex talks with your kids, like not talks, but like the sex talk and like sex talks as in every few years you update them like until they start to like go to school and stuff, but like you do want to like let them know what sex is early, so if they're being abused they're not like they're not confused, they know what it is and they know it's abuse. And like it's just a whole bunch of education stuff, and then like the pedophiles can't really net people in, and then like the only ones that are gonna like go out there and get people are like fucking like the monsters that the cops should be like arresting.
Yeah, I mean
Or
that's
whatever.
that's
I don't
part of
know.
it, like the
You kind of
education.
petered
But
off. You keep going.
yeah, um,
But some
yeah,
people
the
are bad enough that
educating.
they should just. I think we should hang pedophiles who like do like mass. I think mass rapes are just as bad as murders, right? And being a
Yeah,
pedophile is just being a rapist for
well,
kids. Like people don't really. I don't think people like realize how viscerally fucking disgusting and awful it is to like be someone like that and to like do
yeah,
it
no, it's
consistently like that. It's not like a lapse of judgment or a failure to like not be impulsive. Like you're like serial killer level, but you don't like to kill. You like to rape people.
no, it's the same exact thing. That's what I was going to say that earlier. It's the same thing. I, as far as I can tell, it's the same kind of psychology. And I really realized that when I watched Quiet on Set, and they talked about the fucking what was it? I don't know if it was Brian. No, it wasn't Brian. It was the dude before him, the fucking white guy, the fucking younger white dude who was a molester,
Yeah,
and he had a fucking bags, like Ziploc bags with like mementos of the kids he had abused, like
yeah,
serial
the
killer
handy
kids.
guy. No, that was
Yeah,
the yeah. It was it the handy guy.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
yeah,
don't
because he
know.
was talking to
But
that girl on the set,
yeah,
right? That's how he
but
got caught.
he sent like a naked picture. Yeah,
Yeah,
but like it blew my mind because I was like, that dude is literally a serial killer, but instead of killing people, that's his sick thing. You know what I mean? It's like a but even serial killers, more often than not, it seems like it's kind of a sexual crime to them. You know, like Jeffrey Dahmer, for
yeah,
example. There's like a sexual gratification that comes with it. More often than not, it seems like. And that's actually something that they ask in interrogations that I've watched. When somebody kills somebody, they'll ask them like, "Did you feel like what was it like a sexual thing?" You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's pretty common. So like I really think the psychology is more similar than people realize here. I really do. I think it's the same exact psychology, but just a different fucking twisted thing that you want to do.
yeah,
But it's the same malicious intent too.
yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It's
And it's the
something
same
malicious you want to do to people.
like inherent like a broken person type of thing, like broken mind type of like
Yeah, well, yeah, it's something
irredeemable.
fucked up in your head that makes you want to do something that hurts other people that you get
Mhm.
some gratification out of it. You
And there
know?
will never be any like rehabilitating you because not once throughout your reign of terror did you show remorse. Did you feel
Yeah.
remorse at your many crimes? It's one thing to commit a crime and to have remorse about it afterwards, but to commit a string of crimes with no remorse whatsoever says a lot. But and crimes, as in crimes that hurt people, and not like burglaries, because people like to be like, yeah, if you're stealing, then that means that you're like that too. If you're a perpetual theft, but I think that's
No.
different.
There's a difference between crimes that are for benefiting yourself and crimes that are for hurting other
Hurting
people.
people, yeah,
Yeah,
true,
there's a difference. A
true.
very big difference. Um,
That's like the
did
best
you did
distinction
you
I've ever heard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, stealing is like, yeah, it's fucked up if you steal from somebody who really needs that thing. But at the end of the day, the crime itself is about it's a greedy crime, but it's not a malicious one. You
Yeah,
know?
it may make you
Um,
selfish, but it's not like you're like not like
yeah,
monstrous.
yeah, exactly. Um, did you ever watch the news interview with Jeffrey Dahmer that he did before he died?
No,
Have you ever seen that?
no,
I bring that up because you were saying like how some people are like just so fucked up that that there's no rehabilitating them. And I always think of that interview because he straight up said, they asked him like if he ever, well, I don't even know if they asked him, but he straight up said that he should never be let out of prison because he will do it again. But he said that. He was like, yeah, but it's a good thing I'm in here because if I were let out, I would definitely do it again. Like, in a way, you got to respect the honesty because this dude, he's not even trying to trick any. Like, he knows he's fucked up, and he's just straight up saying, like, yeah, it's a good thing I'm here.
He's like, yeah, you caught me,
Like-
and I'll fucking do it again. You know, it's not great. No, not great at all.
Well, I think it's interesting from a psychological standpoint because when you look at people like John Wayne Gacy, like he was denying he even fucking did the shit even when he was in prison. But like somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer, he's like after he gets caught, he's just honest about everything, and he's just like, yeah, I mean, I'm just a fucked up person. It's a good thing I'm in prison. You know what I mean? Like, it's,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a
Yeah, people, there's like a couple different ways people react, but they're both pretty predictable ways. Like, there seems to be only a few ways that people act when they're killing people. Either they're like so coordinated that they're never caught, or they're caught and they're little bitches about it, or they're caught and they're fucking crazy psychos about it, you know?
Yeah. But I think it's significant that he said that because I feel like he told a truth that not many people in that position would tell.
Yeah.
But it is the truth for most people who would ever be in that position, or anybody who would be in that position, actually, like the position he was in specifically. But people who commit crimes that are that atrocious, like, I don't think there is rehabilitating them. They might convince themselves and everybody else that there is, but there's just like something fucked up in their brain. And he understood that. And he was honest about it, you know what I mean? And I don't know, I think that's significant because I do think that's a truth that people need to understand about people like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, like, there are people who probably think that there was a way to rehabilitate him. There probably still are people that are like, yeah, I mean, if he was given therapy and the proper medication.
I mean, fucking shit.
Like, no, I
there
think
are
there's
people,
certain,
but I think that is a minority because a lot of people like.
Yeah, I think most people understand that him specifically is just that's too
Yeah.
much. But I don't know. I feel like he's the extreme example of the way people like that think. Like, it may not always be as atrocious as what he did, but somebody who kills 3 people probably has a similar mindset as him. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've heard more people voice support for just straight up executing serial killers and stuff like that than I think would support trying to rehabilitate them. You know, even the people who are anti-incarceration seem to be like very towards like,
Same
well,
with
if the people are really bad, then we can just.
same with like rapists.
There's always
and
like a
child
hint
molesters.
there, yeah.
Like most
people are reactionary about that shit though. Like, not rape. People aren't as reactionary as they should be about rape, but.
Well, I think there's a distinction between like there are pedophiles and then there are actual like offenders, and I think somebody can be a pedophile. I've actually listened to an interview on YouTube of somebody who was a pedophile who apparently never offended, and they're honest about everything. They explained that they're like when they started feeling that way and everything. It was very fucking hard to listen to, but it was interesting because like you get to hear it from that perspective from somebody who I guess hasn't hurt anybody, and they go to therapy for it and shit. And
well, that's the thing. We want to encourage pedophiles to go to therapy.
Exactly. People don't want to hear that, but if you just constantly say we should murder all pedophiles, nobody's ever going to be honest about it like that guy was. They're never going to seek the help like he was trying to.
Yeah, because
I don't know that he won't offend in the future, but he has less of a chance of doing it than somebody who feels like they can never, ever talk about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But I don't know.
Well, and of course,
it's
like it's so much less likely that someone who's like put themselves in the system is gonna offend when they have connections to people who know, and like it's not like a lot of these like people who are like weirdly impulsive, like their thing is like they try to keep it like a secret is being a big part about it. It's like same with addiction, you know.
yeah,
We were talking
yeah,
about that privately, right?
yeah. We talked about addiction a little bit. Yeah,
How addiction's sort of like a compulsive thing, and um, if people know about it, then you're less likely to be an addict uh, because you have people you could at least talk to about it. It doesn't, I mean, help all the time, but
but to extend that conversation, I think it applies to serial killers too, because I think it's possible for somebody to have those thoughts and catch it, like nib that shit in the bud. I think that is
yeah,
possible. If
absolutely.
you start having those thoughts and you realize like this is not good, and you start talking to a therapist, I think it's possible. You know, it's not the
Yeah,
same as somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer who knows that he's fucked up and he just wants to hurt people.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
He
There's
should
a
have just went
difference
to a
there.
therapist.
And I think people need to understand that difference because there are people who are just fucked up in the head. Some of them just want to hurt people, but some of them realize that they're fucked up in the head and they just really want to not be fucked up in the head. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And like, I don't know. It's a tough thing. Like, you know, especially with people who have like could potentially really hurt people. Like, I understand why people are reactionary about it, but I think people need to be more logical about that
yeah,
shit. You know?
yeah, and yeah. Actually, look at the fucking all the proof that like hurting people doesn't like make them less likely to hurt people. Like it doesn't like fucking. It's just not great. Not a great sitch. Not a great sitch. Which pedophiles up in that bitch. Never mind. Yeah, maybe we should change the subject for the end of the show. That's the end of the. I'll get rid of the content warning.
But yeah, um, in conclusion, Quiet on Set was a pretty good documentary, and I think there was a lot of a lot of things that were brought to light that should have been,
Yeah.
and I think that's good. There's supposed to be a fifth episode coming out. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah, I think early April, so here pretty soon. I think like the first week of April or something like that. It's supposed to come out. I'm
Oh.
not sure, but I think it goes more into it's another interview with Drake Bell and shit, and goes more into that stuff or something like that. Just from what I heard, I don't know, but yeah.
Fuck yeah. I don't know why I said that. That's not super good news because it means like they got more shit. But I don't know. I have other critiques about that show, and so we talked about like the CSA stuff, so we don't gotta go back tread back over that again. But now my critiques of the documentary are very like um it feels like they're giving weight to things that seem like they're not as important as other things. And it feels like a lot of the whole thing laid on like the vibe that like there was like secret like mistreatment of the children going on. And they proved that in a couple situations, but not in like all of the situations. I feel like a reasonable person could argue in favor for the people for being like, well, I mean they weren't like being malicious towards these children. Like uh a good example like would be like they do the Zoe 101 Zoe 101 Zoe 101 thing. They talk about that, and they have the lady who she's the same lady who did the like accusations against um Justin Long and uh, uh,
I just recently discovered her YouTube channel. Apparently, because I watched Quiet on Set. I'm guessing that's why it came up. But
yeah.
I watched some of her videos, and she does. Yeah, she has like a whole YouTube channel. Like,
And there's Justin
about
Long. There's what's the fucking dude's name? Ashton Kutcher and uh, uh, not Seth Rogen, the other one, the fat kid from Superbad. Um, who?
Jonah Hill.
Jonah Hill. Yeah, Jonah Hill. And basically, the accusations amounted to like them being like off-putting and weird. Like some of them were heavier than others, but it's like I feel like a lot of like bringing her into it was a little bit sketchy because her things are like much more vibe-based critiques of these people than actually accusing them of crimes, you know, and I think there's truth to what she says and how creepy these people act, but I mean, fucking people act
Definitely has like,
weird, especially back then, you know, like I don't know.
but she definitely has firsthand experience with the weird shit at Nickelodeon though, because she was involved with one of the really fucking gross scenes in Zoe 101, where, and the way she describes it, they did this shot multiple times until they got it right. But she's trying to open something with like green slime in it, like a can, I don't know if it's candy or something. She's trying to open it and she can't get it open, and then she like pops it open and it like slimes Zoe on her face, and it looks like a cum shot. And apparently the people on like when they shot that, like people started laughing, like even producers and shit. This is what she
Yeah.
says. They
And
started
said that it
laughing, and
was
like
a
one of the
cum shot.
boys was like, one of the boys says it's a cum shot. Yeah.
Yeah,
And she said she didn't even know what it was at the time.
yeah.
But I can definitely imagine that scenario playing out that way, because that's what it looks like. Like that's what it
Yeah,
looks like they were going
But
for.
I feel like there's there's a big implication happening there that's a bit of a leap in logic that they're wanting you to make, which is that a stagehand or somebody on the set said a comment like that, which is an inappropriate fucking comment to make, especially on a
And one of
child's.
the boy actors,
said-
I think that's who said it.
Yeah,
It was
but
one of the boys.
to say that it doesn't confirm that they were trying to make a simulated cum shot on a little girl, you know, like
Well,
unfortunately
she said,
green slime on kids is sort of a big Nickelodeon thing, you know. And Zoe 101 specifically is like even though it's a school, like is a residential school, they also do it's like very much coded towards the Nickelodeon days where they were doing like slime competitions all the time, but it was like they were trying to incorporate it into a show. So like them squirting slime on her face in any context, it just feels like a very Nickelodeon thing to do, and someone
the way it was
recognizing
done.
it that it's inappropriate, like someone being like this is inappropriate, doesn't like confirm that it was intended to be an inappropriate thing, you know, like it's
but I
still
feel
like
like that. But I feel like that's the same defense that people were using for all the shit that is like obviously inappropriate now, like that
well,
Dan
and
Schneider.
obviously you would make a difference between the stuff that is Ariana Grande heavy breathing while jerking off a potato and them doing like a squirt scene on Zoe, which of course, you know, if they did multiple shots of that, but she doesn't say they did multiple shots in the documentary.
No,
They say
Well, I don't know about
in the
I don't know if
documentary.
says it
She
in the
doesn't say that
documentary.
though. Yeah, and
She's-
that's the only thing I saw. So
I don't know if she says it in the documentary, but I know she says it in a couple of her videos on YouTube. Like anytime she talks about, I've seen a couple of her videos where she talks about it, and she mentions it every time she talks
Yeah.
about it. How like they did this shot multiple times until they got it right, to where it fucking went down her lip and shit just right for the
yeah,
fucking shot. Like
I
it's
just
she doesn't
I-
describe it like that, but that's what the shot looks like. And she says they did multiple takes until they got it right. The way it looks in the final take definitely looks suggestive. I mean, in context with everything, especially, it looks suggestive as hell.
In context with everything, like in the whole scene, it looks like they're doing. Because I mean, they do stuff like that throughout the Nickelodeon shows, and it could be inappropriate. But like, I think that I question her journalism because she does this whole like thing where it feels like she's implicating the whole crew as being involved in like a pedophilic act on a little girl, and they're all in on it, and like the little kids like it's a like it seems like it's narrativizing something that was, from all the evidence presented throughout the rest of the documentary, Dan Schneider and a few of his like 35-year-old fucking 40-year-old dude writer buddies were inserting inappropriate sex jokes and then running cover for them, you know.
Well,
but that doesn't.
Yeah.
But an inside sex joke doesn't confirm that it was like you have to do like a dark filter on the like shooting of this in order to view it as like a crime against a child. You know, you have to like be perceiving it that way. We don't know how Zoe feels about it. We don't have her opinion. And for all we know, they could have been having fun on set and they didn't know that they were involved in an inappropriate sexual joke, which is what they do over and over and over again. But I think it's fucked up to implicate everybody working on these sets as being involved in like child sexual degradation and humiliation. I think a lot of people just don't see it. And I think some people see it and some people don't. Whether or not you see it doesn't mean you're more perverted than other people. But I think some people just don't fucking see it. And a lot of people on the sets just aren't in on this inside joke that's being ran as cover for as a thing. And I think as Dan Schneider went on with it, he starts getting more and more reckless. So you get stuff that's like him. At first it's him like sitting in a hot tub with like Amanda, and then you go and it's him doing this stuff with like Zoe and treating like the kids on all that weird. But then you get to Ariana, and that's like later in his career, and it's worse, and she's doing like they're doing special shots for YouTube that aren't even in the show, that are extra suggestive videos that I think for those videos you can start really implicating people because they aren't running cover as much. And like you literally have to, like, I don't know, you have to have your fucking eyes closed at that point to not see that. But I think with the like I don't like people who like to heavily narrativize their journalism. It just makes me feel icky. I don't know. There's no other thing I could use to justify it other than that. And I think it could be really inaccurate at times. I think it mischaracterizes a lot of people who are also being taken advantage of. Because if you're shooting that, if you're uncomfortable like reporting back to Dan, if you're shooting that, you're going to shoot whatever you're told to shoot. You know, if you're anybody who's like involved in the joke, like there's a whole power dynamic going on with Dan Schneider who wants to insert these sex jokes into here that like you're contending with. And like, I think you could start saying people are morally culpable for forcing kids into these situations, but the running cover for it and making it to where it, like, you have to be looking at it through a certain lens, otherwise it's just like a silly innocent act, is like the thing that prevents it from like actually be, because like, okay, so if you do the iCarly bit where it's like water through a fountain and it looks like someone's pissing in her mouth, and the joke to you personally is that someone's pissing in her mouth, but it's in a kid's show, you know, that like, you know, the kids won't get it, you know, most adults won't get it. It's like your personal weird joke. You're a fucked up piece of shit, but I don't think you could like start saying everybody is like in on your fucked up joke. I think if Dan Schneider started explaining all the shit going on in his head to these people, they would just start abandoning him way earlier, you know? Like, I think he like, it was like a gradual thing.
A huge rant about that. But what I wanted to say that entire time is I'm not sure where you got the idea that she is implicating everybody. Because from what I got, she's mainly implicating Dan Schneider exactly the way you just described, that he's inserting these fucked up jokes and he gets away with it because nobody wants to stand up to him. Which was what was basically said in the documentary, is that people were afraid to
I'm talking
say
about
anything.
her whole work as a... That's exactly it. Her little piece was useful as supporting evidence, but I don't think that it's as bad as it is, and I don't trust her as a source. I think it's equally comparable to like the iCarly bits that look like the piss water fountain or the like stuff like that stuff. I don't think it's like what that video with Ariana Grande, I would consider that child sexual abuse material. Like, that is inappropriate to make a kid do. I don't understand why like people are like sharing like why that's legally allowed to exist, because it's like obviously putting a child in sexually suggestive poses. Like, it's completely black and white. And so like but I think that's because they weren't running as much cover for that little bit. But either way, what I'm saying with the lady journalist they brought in for the bit with the Zoe 101 thing, I think that it hurt the documentary's reputation, because she's obviously someone who does these like dark side of Hollywood, these actors are secret pedophiles type of like stories. Like, that's like her whole focus as a journalist, which can be useful at times, but you have to parse through things, because what she's implying is that like they're monsters who are sort of in on molesting kids. You know, she does it because it's a pattern in her work. She doesn't just talk about the Dan Schneider thing. She talks about like interactions in restaurants with actors and stuff. You know,
she doesn't talk about like Illuminati Pizzagate shit.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I know, but okay, but I know, but what I'm getting at is, because like I said, I watched some of her videos, and everything I gathered, she's just saying that there's a huge problem. There's a lot of sex offenders, and she specifically says like it's not just pedophiles, it's sex offenders in general, and not just like rape and stuff like that, like sexual abuse. Like, this is just a very big, or sexual harassment. This is just a really big problem in the entertainment industry, and this is something that has come up time and time again. I don't think there's anything controversial to what she's.
But I don't like that narrativization that it's worse in the like that it's like measurably worse in the industry than it is in the like, you have to start showing me data if you want to start saying that it's
just saying
more
that this
common.
is a big problem.
Well, of course it's a problem, but it's a problem everywhere, and so I think when your shtick is covering just that exclusively, you're trying to say something, right?
This is where she comes from. She's a child actress. She was a child actor. So this is her personal experience. She has personal experience with this shit. So of course that's her focus. But she's not saying that like this is like some big Illuminati conspiracy.
I never said that. I never.
Well, I know that. I'm just saying. So she's not like, to me, she's not saying anything controversial. She's just stating something that people should have caught on to a long time ago, and people are just now starting to catch on to. Like, with like Harvey Weinstein and shit like that. Like, before that, people didn't realize this was an issue. Like, before the Me Too movement, people didn't know this was a problem. People had no idea. People would see sexual harassment on television, and they didn't even see it for what it was. It would happen on fucking live talk shows, and people didn't see it for what it was. So like,
I don't think people just discovered sexual harassment during Me Too.
No, it brought a lot of that era brought a lot of light to it, and people are talking about it now more than they used to. People are now more aware than they used to. Fucking 10 years ago, if you said a lot of this shit, people would have called you a conspiracy theorist, and they would have like put you in the same group as like Pizzagate people. But now it's common knowledge that this is a big problem.
But I think there's like there's a misinterpretation of this stuff that's led on by people who hyper focus on specific narratives and narrativize a common crime that's like a social problem with I mean, obviously the sources of these issues are complex, but like, you have to take someone like this and you have to take their information and re-go through it because they're trying to tell a story. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that she's like wrong to tell a story, and all journalists tell a story. Narrativization is a tool of it, but I think that it damages the documentary's reputation, not reputation, but damages the documentary in like a hard information sense, because there's there's long gaps where she's like talking, and a lot of the time of the show it's like just like showing like hard video overlaying it, but there's just a long period of time where they're just like really focusing in on her on just like her like monologuing, and I think it's just like kind of spoils some of the doesn't spoil it, but it I think it reduces the effectiveness of the hard evidence they had right behind it. Like it's like they're like I don't know. I think they should have like structured the documentary differently, because I feel like I don't know. I feel like just I don't know.
It just seems like you have a problem with like. It seems like you had a problem with her specifically and like the things she's saying.
I'm trying to just do a normal critique. I'm not personally attacking her.
Well, it just seems like you have like a problem with. Like, it just seemed like it. Like you don't like what she's doing.
No, I'm skeptical of someone who wants to create narratives like that, because it's not.
I don't know where it's creating a narrative though. I don't understand that, because
if you so I'm gonna have to start looking up like some of these stories, but like the stuff against that are trying to like hit at Justin Long's reputation and stuff like that, they're not like real accusations of crimes. What?
I don't know anything about all that.
Okay, so
I heard her briefly mention Justin Long and Jonah Hill and all that.
Well, she accuses the random people of like being like sexual impropriety without like substantiating it, and I think that it's a shtick, and I don't like journalists with like shticks like that, because I think it like taints the journalism. I like objective, truthful journalism, and I think that like you're leaving stuff out when you like talk a certain way. Like if you're like trying to present an interaction at a table between some fucking shitty 20-something-year-old guys, like they're gonna be saying, like I have known every guy I fucking ever met talks like how she describes Justin Long and like these guys talking as a like hit, as a journalism piece, and I don't think her standards are high enough for like my liking, you know. And I think the rest of the documentary was really well done and up to really high standards, but I think that I don't think her work is bad or shouldn't exist. I just think that it wasn't right for the documentary, you know. But yeah, her Justin Long. Do you remember her name?
Alexa Nicholas.
Yeah. Oh, this is like really, really biased article. It starts with Alexa Nicholas felt very triggered by a resurfaced episode of Punk'd. Okay, so maybe I won't read that article because I don't want to try to parse through all the fucking subtext of it being weird. Yeah, here's a BuzzFeed article. An old episode of Jonah Hill and Justin Long on Punk'd has resurfaced, and yikes. So it's a clip from Punk'd. And the law in these United States of America is that you cannot consume liquor until you're 21 years of age. There's somebody that doesn't show that, and his name is Justin Long. Ashton Kutcher jokes on the show's opening. Earlier this week, after Jonah's alleged texts to his ex-girlfriend went viral, Okay, so this was right after Jonah Hill uh, did the weird therapy talk to his girlfriend. You remember that? We never hit that on the podcast, but it sort of happened during the podcast where he was like he just like sent his
The way he
girlfriend like
was,
abusive therapy speak, you know?
yeah, he was like passively, aggressively, like emotionally abusive or
Yeah.
whatever.
He was like trying to control her by being a little pussy. Like, "Oh, you're
Yeah,
hurting me by not being my little slave." You know, he was like talking weird like that.
yeah.
So those went viral, and then she alleged that Jonah. Um, okay, so here's the exact wording of the article. The Zoe 101 actor said that she met Jonah at a house party thrown by Justin when she was 16 and he was 24. She said that the predators were feeding us minors a bunch of alcohol, and that Jonah shoved his tongue down her throat. She further brought up Justin's role as a predator and wrote, "Why the fuck did you have children at your house late night, you?" So, so Marty Singer, a lawyer for Jonah, said that they never happened and that Alexa's a serial accuser, which I'm not sure. I would never go that far, like as to call her a serial accuser. I think a lot of the stuff probably did happen, but I think like some of this stuff is like going through an old episode of Punked and trying to like they're like trying to cancel people for shows they were on. I think that's like kind of like weird. Just to
But
like for like a clout. Like I mean, it's they think I think Alexa thinks that it's a noble endeavor, but I think part of jumping on this like jumping on the Jonah Hill story when he goes viral is also for clout at the same time. And I just don't I like journalists who are sort of like you know, willing to lose clout over being truthful rather than willing to like play with the truth to gain clout, you know.
he's saying that Jonah Hill sexually abused her
Well,
when she was a minor.
but then she also
So
brings up the episode of Punked and implicates Justin Long is going to those parties and also being a predator towards children, you know. And it's just
that's what punked is. I don't understand the context to that.
okay. So
I'm just saying, if the house party story is true, then it makes sense for her to bring up Jonah Hill again when that shit comes up, because like it should be like, yeah, he abused me. Here he is acting abusive again. You know what I mean? Like it makes sense to talk about it. So if
yeah,
that really happened, it's not weird that she would talk about it. I don't
yeah.
understand the context of the Punked episode though.
I mean, I'm not denying any of her like personal accusations of sex crimes. I'm saying
Yeah.
that her journalism is tainted by the narrative that she's building around Hollywood actors being child sexual abusers. I mean, it's literally all over her work. Like it's not like it's secret that she does this. And I
Why is
don't.
that? But you talk like that's untruthful or something.
Well,
Like,
I think you don't have to outright say something to be misleading as a journalist. And if you're a journalist, you should know that.
I don't
You know.
understand what's misleading. I guess that I don't understand that. I guess that I don't understand what your stick up is with her journalism, because to me, it's a fact that this is a problem. And no, it's not just the entertainment industry. This is a problem in society in general. But it is a problem in the entertainment industry, and people for the longest time acted like celebrities were fucking gods that can do no harm. And people are just now starting to realize, like, oh shit, no, a lot of these people are fucking monsters. So I don't understand the problem with her like exposing this stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I just don't
But
think she's really exposing much, you know. I don't think she's exposing anything by talking about an
I've
episode
seen her
of Punk.
expose some pretty good shit that I've never seen before on her channel. I didn't even watch that many of her videos. I watched
Yeah.
like maybe 4 or 5 of them tops. There, there are a couple short ones and a couple longer ones that I like skimmed through, and she like, from what I gathered, I mean, she's just exposing things that should have been exposed a long time ago. I just feel like either there's something I haven't seen yet, or you have somewhat of a misunderstanding of what she's saying. Like
I
one of these
don't have
things
a
must be true.
misunderstanding. Like, I'm not. I don't know what else to say. I've been pretty clear about how I feel. Like, I don't think she's being untruthful when she's talking about her personal experiences, but I don't think it's appropriate as a journalist to insinuate that people are sex criminals without evidence. You know, like the other people who are tertiary to the situation, she like attacks over like.
Who is she accusing without evidence other than people that she's accusing personally of abusing her? Because I don't really think you need evidence to say, yeah, this happened to me if it happened. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
I think
if it happened, you should be able to talk
I
about
think
it.
to associate Justin Long's friendship with Jonah Hill personally, and to start sharing Punk'd episodes that talk about Ashton Kutcher talking about Justin Long being into minors.
She's saying that she was at a Justin Long's house party, right?
Well,
Isn't that the
being at
story?
his house party doesn't like make him culpable for a minor coming into it. Like, we don't know any of the circumstances around this, and he doesn't have to be present. Her story is that Jonah Hill is the one who assaulted her. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but then you're starting to say that there's like that the abuse of these child actors is prolific, and I want more substantiation than that. And I feel like
We don't know, but maybe she does. Like, and I'm not saying we should just believe her, but I'm just saying if she knows for a fact that Justin Long knew that her and other minors were there and that they were like being predatory, she may not have evidence for that, but if she knows that, she knows that. You know what I mean? Like, so like if something happened to you like that and you know it happened, you don't have evidence, should you just not talk about it? Like,
no, I'm not saying she shouldn't have made that
I know
accusation. I don't
you're
know
not
why.
saying that. I'm just
I don't.
asking these questions.
People can clip
rhetorically.
this kind of stuff and imply that I'm saying that stuff. I'm
Okay.
not saying
I'm
that
just-
she didn't say
I'm just-
that. I mean, didn't do that.
I'm
Didn't
just talking
experience
to you
that.
the way I speak rhetorically. You know this, and I'll explain that to the audience. I guess maybe they don't know that. I'm not saying that you are saying these things. I'm asking these questions rhetorically to make a point. So like, I put myself in those shoes. If that was me, if something like that happened to me, and I knew it happened, I may not have evidence for it, but like I think I should still be able to talk about it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, if that happened, your thing is you don't know. There's not enough evidence for you to know. Like, and that's fine. I agree, but her talking about it, I don't think is.
I'm not saying there's not
problem.
enough evidence for me to not know about her sexual assault, though. I am talking about
Well, you're saying about Justin
coordination.
Long and
No,
and stuff
if
like
you
that.
read the stuff, look, she's like saying stuff like, and why the fuck did you have children at your house late at night? You. Okay, so she is trying to insinuate, and I know it's like, I don't know why you're being so resistant to this, because it's very apparent, like that she's insinuating that this is a coordinated effort between Justin Hill, Ashton Kutcher, and Justin Long. And
I'm not fighting against that.
yeah, well,
I'm not
I'm
fighting
saying
against what she's implicating.
yeah, well, and I'm saying that there's not enough stuff for that. Like, you're trying to get into the heads of other people as a victim, and that's not, I don't think, I think as a victim, you can sort of feel however you want, but when it gets into journalism, I'm going to criticize it like any other piece of journalism, and I think, like, there's an icky vibe about doing, like, a whole, like a shtick about, like, child sexual abuse, and equivalent.
This is a personal experience, though, right? So it's not like journalism. It's not like you're reporting on something that happened to somebody else. Like,
no, but I don't know. I think she's, like, you can say it's not journalism, but she's clearly a journalist. You don't have to call yourself a journalist. She does.
I'm not saying she's not a
independent
journalist. I'm saying
journalism.
the specific issue where that she was personally involved with, to me, that's not journalism anymore. You're saying something that happened to you that you.
Yeah, but her story, her work as a journalist is the work to implicate all of these people as working together to assault minors. Her outing, her, like, coming out as a victim is being assaulted by Jonah Hill at a party. Now, these are separate things. and I feel like they affect each other, but it's not appropriate to start tagging everybody into it because you were a victim of one person and you think there was an implication there. It's irresponsible as a journalist.
It's a victim of one person. That wasn't her only abuser. She was, she got married to a musician. I forget. It was a band I've never fucking heard of. She got married to a musician that she had been talking to since she was like 16 or something like that.
Well, that's
got
a
married
different
to
person.
him. Fucking, huh?
It's a whole different guy.
Yeah, you said that she had only ever been abused by one person.
That's not what I'm saying. No.
You just said that.
No, you
literally
misunderstood me. That's not what I meant.
Well, that's what you said.
Well, that's not what I meant. I did not mean she just got abused by one person. I'm saying that she was out of the three people, Ashton Kutcher, Jonah Hill, and Justin Long, the people she's implicating in a scheme to abuse children, she was only abused by one of them.
We now know Ashton Kutcher's fucking sketch.
Yeah, but that's...
So is it really a stretch of the imagination that maybe it was?
I mean, I think that it's kind of, it's such a fucking big thing that you gotta be more careful with stuff like that. Like, you gotta actually be clear about who you're implicating and why, because what she's, it gets into the realm of, like, letting people write the other half of the story when you're not, like, very clear about, like, people's statements and where they were. Like, she isn't clear about where Justin Long was at this party. All we know is that they're friends, and I hate to break it to you, Bradley, but 2005, people being drunk in fucking house party, you know, it's hard to keep track of your friends, and the culture is so toxic towards women and minors that, like, fucking, how can you say that the host is responsible for someone committing such a, like, crime like that, you know? Like, and I think that the standard should be a little higher than that. Just saying that Justin Long was the host of the house that had a minor in it. You're the minor. I don't know how you got in that house. If I was running a house party, I wouldn't be able to card the door. And there were a lot of times when I was a teenager that there were interactions between older people and younger people. And sometimes it was because younger people were sneaking into adult spaces. And sometimes it was because older people were messing with the younger kids. And, you know, I think it's good to be critical of all these things, but that's the thing I'm being, is critical. And I think it's, like I said, I'm not here to dismantle all of her work or anything. I think she does probably good work that's probably important. And, like, the whole older boys working together to, like, abuse younger women is endemic, and it's a problem, you know? Like, it's a problem with this, just like it's a problem with that. And I feel like it's like, it's such a sticky thing. It's such a sticky thing.
But it seems like, again, it seems like your thing is there isn't enough evidence for me to know. So to
know what?
To you, there isn't
to know
enough.
What though?
To know that this is a concerted effort between these three guys.
Yeah.
But again, that brings me back to the same point I said before. Maybe she knows something we don't. We don't know anything. We're the general public. We don't know. This is her experience. I'm not saying that what she's saying is 100% true or anything like that. I don't know. Again, I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, like, again, if that was her experience and she knows that, maybe she knows that it was. Maybe she knows for a fact that that it was a concerted effort. And that stuff does happen.
Yeah.
So, like, if she knows that, again, maybe she doesn't have evidence for it, but she knows, and if she knows that, then she should be able to talk about it. And if she doesn't have enough evidence, she shouldn't expect everybody to just believe it, but she should still be able to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
We agree on that, I'm sure.
I was totally fucking into her whole thing about her whole point about how inappropriately they dressed her on the set of Zoe 101, you know, like that whole,
yeah.
Like I'm on her side about how they sexualize children. I just think that, like, I don't like people who are like chronic expose type journalists, you know, trying to expose people all the time, because it's a complicated fucking situation. Like you have
Again,
to. I think you have to come with way more evidence than what she's coming with to be like convincing. Otherwise, you're just kind of just ruining people's reputations and lives. Like, and I don't
you're
think
taking it like you're talking like she's like an outside journalist just talking on this issue. Again, from what I gather, I don't know. I don't know if she has a blog or something. I don't know any of that. I just, from her YouTube channel alone, this is all I know about her. It seems like she's more talking from her experience and her opinion on things. It doesn't seem like she's trying to say this is a fact. This guy is for sure a fucking pedo. This guy's a fucking pedo. It doesn't seem like that's what she's doing.
I never said that. I never wanted to imply
it kind of sounds like that's what you're saying.
No, I'm literally saying it's about what she doesn't say and what she's implying. I'm saying that she doesn't say it directly.
She's implying that there's a big problem with this.
No, she's implying that they're committing a specific crime that they could go to prison for decades if they get convicted of. That's my point. Yeah, it's sex trafficking.
This happens all the...
No, but that's what I'm saying. If she's coming at them with sex trafficking, she needs real work. Witnesses, talking to people, real work, and charging people, and lawsuits. She doesn't like the fucking social media strikes at people and leaking out information whenever names go viral. I just don't like the vibe, you know? I'm not saying her journalism is shit, but I'm just saying that I don't like her vibe, because I don't like people who try to take people's lives without enough evidence to convict them, or at least get something going. You know, like it's not like impossible to do. And if you know,
it sounds like you know more about the things she talks about than I do. Again, I don't know. I watched a few of her YouTube videos. My big hang up was like on the thing she's talking about specifically that she claims she was personally involved with. I don't think she needs evidence for that to tell her story, if that really happened. So,
yeah, I mean,
to me, that's not like, okay, this is a journalist who doesn't have evidence. To me, it's like, okay, this is somebody
telling my story, whole point in the first place had nothing to do with her accusations against Jonah Hill. It was her work as a journalist.
Yeah, so you are,
and her involvement in the documentary. I just think she should have got less airtime. I think she told her outfit thing. She told her experiences and her feelings on set, and she talked about the Zoe 101 cum shot, and then she was given an extra 5 minutes to monologue. And I feel like a lot of other people who probably deserve that time didn't get it. And I think it hurt the documentary. I think it hurt the film itself. I don't think it's like a fucking attack on her, like an invalidation of all of her work, to just say, I think her work isn't really up to the same standard as a lot of the work done for that documentary. The journalist who was in charge of that, the lady journalist who was doing who kept having papers and being like, we found this and we couldn't find this, you know, she was cool. That's the real journalist right there. Someone who has just the stacks of papers going on, doing real legwork, talking to witnesses.
I don't know if Alexa
videos.
I don't know if Alexa Nicholas is supposed to be a real journalist. Is she?
She's
again. It seems like you know more about her.
I don't know There's no difference between I don't know. There's no special journalist badge you get when you say
there's. But you keep on calling her a journalist. It seems like you're not making a distinction between okay, the lady journalist you just mentioned. This is a journalist making a documentary. This is somebody who's doing research on something she isn't even involved in. She's doing research and doing a documentary on it. With Alexa Nicholas, this is somebody who was a child star who has personal experience with this stuff, who has been involved in Hollywood, and who is saying that this is a problem, you know, that there's a lot of predators and sex abusers. And to me, I don't think that's the same thing. I don't think this is this is supposed to. I don't think it's meant to be taken as hard journalism with all this evidence. It's supposed to be somebody hey, you know, I have personal experience with this. This is what I've seen. This is my experience. This is what I gather. And then when things come out, she puts in her 2 cents because again, I've had experience with things like this. Let me weigh in on this. So I don't think like it just seems to me like I don't know that much about her. Again, maybe you know more about her than I do.
mean, you know
but it
about.
seems like you.
I've told you that all I know. It's this story with Justin Long, Jonah Hill, and the documentary we both watched.
Yeah, so I really don't see a problem with any of that. Like it seems like
Well,
you have this critique that like she's supposed to be a journalist and she's not doing a very good job at it. But I don't think it's supposed to be taken that way to begin with. This is a child star who now is giving her 2 cents on things from her experience being a child star. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that should be taken as the same thing.
then I think her screen time on the thing should have just been cut down. I don't know.
Well,
I
maybe
still think she
I
hurt
don't
the
remember.
credibility of the documentary. I don't think it really changes my opinion on that.
Well, okay, I don't remember that. Maybe she had too much screen time. I have no clue. But just your critique of her as a journalist. That's what I was basically trying to fight back.
Well, I feel like you just I don't understand your definition of what a journalist is. A journalist is just someone who like records events and talks about it with people. Like it's
okay, but I think the context matters here. Whether this is somebody who should be taken as like somebody who's coming with evidence, or if it's just somebody weighing in on something from their perspective because they have experience with that. Like, you know what I mean? Like somebody who has been around cars and knows a lot about cars can probably tell you a lot about cars, but you shouldn't take everything they say with like as absolute fucking truth, the way you would somebody who is like an actual mechanic who is like getting paid to like, hey, this is the problem with your car. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the best everyday example I can come up with. Like, there's a distinction there.
I just I just think you're. I mean, we're just kind of falling back on just having the same opinion then, because I never disagreed with that. I just thought that it hurt the documentary, her being in there, because she isn't that professional of a journalist, and you're kind of just agreeing with me right now. Because she isn't a professional journalist.
But the part I disagree with is I don't think bringing her in the documentary is supposed to be like, hey, here's a professional journalist. It's, hey, here's a fucking one of the main characters from Zoe 101, a Nickelodeon show that is now a part of this controversy. Like that's what it was. I don't think it was supposed to be, hey, here's a journalist.
But like, whether the show presents her as one, she is one. And I think it's kind of weird of the show to not be honest with the fact that she like is like she's more than just a YouTuber. She's always talking about this stuff, you know? That's journalism. I mean, I'm sure she's probably even written articles.
Yeah, well, I mean, she does activists. She does fucking protests and shit. I don't think they were lying about it. Like, they didn't try to hide the fact that she does this kind of stuff. I think that's why they brought her on. I think that's the exact reason why they had her on the documentaries, because she was a child star, and now she dedicates her time to fighting predators in the industry. Like, I think that's the reason that they brought her on. I don't know where you got the idea that they were like not being honest about that.
But then they weren't clear about that, though. I don't think she's.
Well, maybe it was. They thought it was implicit or something, and Jenny should have mentioned it. I don't know, but I don't think they were.
I feel like you're used to an environment where if someone questions someone's credibility, it means that they're like a shill and they shouldn't be listened to whatsoever. And what I'm just saying is I don't think she's up to the standards that I prefer for someone to spread information. I don't trust her information as much as I would a different information giver. When I say journalist, it's just someone who relays information to people. That's all a journalist is.
I get that, but I just feel like you're looking at this like, I feel like you think they brought her on for a different reason than they did, because you're saying like...
Well, they brought her on as a witness for Zoe 101 for that one part, and then they came back and let her talk for a little bit afterwards. But that's the thing, I don't think they were explicitly clear that she's like, she's a, like kind of an activist, and she's, like she is a journalist, you know. You can't just because she wants a YouTuber on there, but she's a journalist, and I think anybody who spreads information should be held to higher standards. I mean, that's just it, because I think I think it's like a trickle down thing, you know, when you like when you when you start spreading like really poor information about people, you can like tear their lives apart, and you know, you might not be intending to do it, but you can really do that.
Don't see where that's what she's doing. Again, I don't know that much about her, but you said you don't either, so I don't know where you're getting that idea that that's what she's doing.
What do you I'm not sure what you mean
Again,
by that. I explained to you
from
that
what
she's
I've
accusing
seen,
3 men of a
everybody
fucking
she's
felony.
talked about are people.
Like,
What? Say what? Say that again.
she's accusing 3 men of like multiple felonies. Like, I don't know what.
That was her personal experience. So like.
No, that's not her personal experience. Was the kiss? She's saying it's coordinated on there because they all hung out, and then there's an episode of Punk that's kind of sketchy. But that's what I
How do you know
consider
she doesn't know
poor
that?
journalism.
How do you know she doesn't know that? Again, she may not have evidence, but maybe she knows that.
Oh my god!
Like,
you're being obtuse, man. You're being like intentionally
I
like.
don't understand. Okay, again, if that was what happened, does she need evidence to talk about it? Like, I have to keep asking this question because, like,
No, because she needs evidence to accuse people of crimes who weren't involved in her sexual assault. If she was sexually assaulted by someone, it doesn't mean everybody in the house is conspiring to commit felony sexual abuse on her. You know, like you're taking one story and it's a Mott and Bailey.
you're assuming that that's what it's based off of. How do you know she doesn't know they were involved?
That she would
How do you know
provide
that?
more. She would say that she would provide more proof. She doesn't. She does vagaries.
How would she have proof? How did maybe
She can.
Do you have that proof to know something? Like if some.
I don't know.
I don't
She was an
understand.
actress. She could be pretty well connected with all these people, and they don't seem to want to talk to her. You know.
Okay, I just don't understand where. If something happens to you and you say she overheard a conversation or something, I don't know. I don't know the story, but like. Just based off of what you're saying that she doesn't have evidence.
I'm not saying that she literally hasn't said she has evidence. She has insinuated it through social media posts. Like, I just went through the article. The article is the same stuff she brought up. It's this. I'll share my screen if I have to. It's just an article on BuzzFeed that says that like she did a tweet saying that Justin Long invites people over to his house invites teenagers over to his house, saying that he was like roping him into bringing minors into his house so Jonah could sexually assault them, her being the minor. But the proof that she has for this, and that she basically says Jonah Hill assaulted me. I'm not saying that's false. Justin Long has minors. Did you have children at your house late at night? That doesn't mean that doesn't even implicate him as having invited them. She's like, even like, it's dodgy language to say, didn't you have minors at your house, because it's proven that she was there at that house, but there's no proof there's no like even like a suggestion that Justin invited her or was aware that there was a minor in his house being sexually assaulted by his friends. That's a leap that she's making with a punked clip that she's posting on social media. And whether you like it or not, or want to recognize the phrase, this is journalism. It's journalism to do this. That's journalist work. But I think it's like using journalism for the wrong reasons. You're using it to like supplement personal like beliefs that aren't. You can get enough evidence to get these people with this, but she's failing to do that and choosing to take a sensationalist route. And I just think it's icky journalism. But it is journalism. There's no arguing that she's a journalist. At least in my opinion. I mean...
Again, I don't know all the details on all of this shit enough to, like, speak on it specifically. I'm just speaking from what I've seen. It seems like the body of her work, for the most part, is, I mean, it's just her, like, commenting on people who are like actually are like sex offenders. And then you've got this one situation, right, that we're talking about. But this, she's like personally involved with it though. So like, again, I don't. I just. You're saying she's making the leap here, but I just. How do we know? Like, I guess that's my thing. I don't know.
Well, that's why I think it's
like,
irresponsible journalism to do that. And I'm just saying, like,
well, but if she knows something, but doesn't have the evidence for it, and she's just doing her best to provide the context.
She's not directly saying that, you know? Like, she can make a real accusation. She's choosing not to. She's implicating them without saying it directly, which is a strategy that people use to avoid getting sued for defamation. It's not like nothing she's said is technically something she can get in trouble for defamation for. She never said Justin Long is a pedophile or conspired with Ashton Kutcher, and that she never said any of this. But it's clear through everything she's implying, and I don't think it's appropriate to do that. It's inappropriate. It's not ethical to do that. You know, like you're supposed to actually make an effort to confirm facts instead of being the sole witness and the writer of the story and implicating other people in a larger scheme without also, doing the legwork to actually support those claims, like, I don't know. But I don't think, like, her Eat Predators group should be destroyed. Maybe it should. I'm looking at some articles. Maybe it's actually a group that wants to actually eat people.
Well, I mean, their logo is somebody being eaten, so clearly that's what they're talking about.
Maybe that is actually, like, it's like a secret goal.
It's actually a secret cult of cannibals.
What's 100%ers? What are these? Pay Songwriters Campaign. That seems pretty cool. Okay, so Me Too skipped over the music industry. In 2021, she went public with allegations of sexual abuse against her husband, Michael Meloche of the R&B band Rye. Strongly denied the claims. Nicholas withdrew the lawsuit without prejudice in May. She said it shouldn't be a woman having to trailblaze, it should be on the industry itself. Because a predator is going to come and go, there's always going to be a predator, but if you don't have a safe haven, they really can't perpetuate that abuse. Posting outside of Nickelodeon. Because of McCurdy's book. Talking about a daughter's future. Betting her renaissance. In 2012, she married her first husband. How old was she when she married her husband?
She was like 19 or something like that. But she had been talking to him since she was like 16 or 17 or something like that.
She's constantly in the news for articles being written about her. But she seems to be less, like she's focused on, like, this, like, responding to things that happen. You're right, with the, like, she's, Britney Spears apologizing to her. Is this legit? Is this true?
Actually, I heard a little bit about that too. So I guess, I mean, the story behind that isn't really that interesting, is like in context of all this, but Britney Spears like fucking blew up on her on the set of Zoe 101 or whatever, and it turned out to be just Jamie Lynn like causing drama because she didn't like her, and then Britney Spears like apologized to her for it because she realized later on or something like that. I don't know. It's just stupid drama.
Oh yeah, I think I've read this article before. Yeah, she's so like this is a one fight, and she's like, weird about it. I don't know. Say we drop the subject. You win that debate. She's a good person. Don't find me. Don't find me. Am I right? Am I right, Bradley? Give me 5. Don't find me. Am I right?
What you said.
You know, I accidentally skip her in front of her in line, and next thing you know, you blast it on Twitter over it. Controversy.
Nah.
Alexa Nicholas allegations against Seth MacFarlane resurface amid Zoe 102 and Jonah Hill controversy.
Hear her mention him too.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there.
In 2022, Alexa found her YouTube channel called Eat Predators, calling out sexual predators and helping their victims. Later that year, we learned that Alexa's impetus to found the organization was her allegedly unsavory experiences with Seth MacFarlane and Jonah Hill. How old was she on Zoe 101? Who caused the trauma?
So when she was like 12, I think.
So what, they knew her after she was 12, or it was just a suppressed memory?
Show ran for a few years. So they kind of aged a little bit on the show. I don't know how much, but
Alexa Nicholas alleged that Seth MacFarlane was and is a sexual predator. In November 2022, Alexa first called out Seth in a Twitter thread about her time on Family Guy. First called out Seth in Twitter about her time on Family Guy. Was she on Family Guy? Seth MacFarlane is trauma. Trauma, she began in her abundance of tweets. She continued, Seth MacFarlane hired me to abuse me. The first job I ever got offered. She voiced a teenage girl character in season 9 episode of Family Guy titled Brothers and Sisters. While she spared us the graphic details, she gave us some insight into what she allegedly had to go through with Seth. She said he hired Nickelodeon and Disney stars as one-off guest stars such as Amanda Bynes, Ashley Tisdale, Ariana Grande, and Emily Osment. What do they all have in common? They were underage or nearly underage and placed under the male gaze. Alexa wrote, "This industry devoured me. It hopes you stay silent. It hopes you don't remember, sometimes through feeding you alcohol when you are 18, through dating you after, but really it's just to cover up the abuser's tracks. It leaves you traumatized." The final tweet in the series cut deep. Ask Seth and his friends about his bodyguard at his bedroom fucking door. Imagine being on the other side of it. That is pretty terrifying to imagine. Since her more recent tweets in July 2023 about her alleged past incident with Jonah Hill, more on that in a moment, Alexa has also shed light on her situation with Seth. One day soon, after more therapy, we can all start talking about Seth MacFarlane's utter predatory disrespect for professional boundaries, period. Like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Oh yeah, and mysteriously offered the job. Never did voice work in my entire life. Creep. I was 18. He was my boss and he is 19 years older than me. After reading, see, like, some of her part of her allegation is he hired her even though she had no experience as a voice actor. I mean, that seems like kind of a cool thing for someone to do. I mean, I would like to hear more about this, but that's all you get. Because she's accusing him of running a fucking sex trafficking ring too, where they're buying little girls to do something behind the door. We didn't say specifically what he was doing. I just said he had a bodyguard at the door. What are you talking about?
It sounded like she was implying that something happened with him and her, and there was a bodyguard, like, guarding the door, right? Or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah. That's the implication, but you're not going to say it directly.
Well, I think it's kind of a graphic thing to say. I think it was just obviously implied.
Well, no, it's not explicitly said that he assaulted her. It's not explicitly said throughout any of those words. And I believe that may be intentional. And that's why she's sketchy to me. She's a sketch fest. You know, sketch-a-rooney. Well, we're sad that Alexa doesn't show up on Zoe 102. We're proud of her for all the work she's doing for women and survivors of sexual assault. After surfer Sarah Brady shared the now viral screenshots of Jonah Hill's boundaries, in which he allegedly told her that if he shares photos in swimsuits, surfs with men, has relationships with women from a recent past, and more, blah, blah, blah. I think we're kind of caught up on this thing. Oh. She alleges, okay, so here's where we're getting some allegations. After reading Sarah Brady's admirable post about Jonah Hill, I just gotta say, when I was 16, I got invited to a house party at Justin Long's house, where he was living with some lame predator actor from CSI Miami. I'll look up the name later and find him. Alexa began in her July 2023 tweet. She said she figured out the man in question was Jonathan Togo. She alleges Jonathan was sleeping with a minor, aka assaulting the minor, but that's what the article does. It's not actually in the quote. It's weird writing. A friend of mine that was also 16 or 17. Anyways, Jonah Hill. Okay, so Jonathan was sleeping with a friend of mine that was also 16 or 17. Anyways, Jonah Hill came over at some point and we were all getting pretty wasted because of course the predators were feeding us minors a bunch of alcohol. Jonah Hill seemed to have his eyes on me because at some point I wanted a cig and he said he had one in his car right outside. Didn't seem like too much of an effort, so I trusted him. I went outside and he grabbed the cigs from his front seat. She went on, just to note, Jonah Hill said if I wanted a cig, I had to come with him outside to get it. He didn't want to go all alone. They were aware I was 16. Jonah Hill didn't hand me the cig. which I thought was weird. And then as he walked back to the door, I asked him for it. He said nothing, but slammed me in the door and shoved his tongue down my throat. I was appalled, so I pushed him off me and ran inside. This is a pretty serious allegation on the heels of Jonah's child's birth, but it's possible that this could turn Jonah's world upside down. While Alexa doesn't call out Justin Long for any specific actions of SA, she does chastise him for inviting teenagers to his house, where they were allegedly encouraged to drink. Justin has since said that he didn't know about the incidents, but Jonah and Jonathan have yet to comment at all. Alexa has long been open about her experience with predatory men in Hollywood. During 101, she said that series creator Dan Snyder made her feel unsafe. Nickelodeon abruptly cut ties with Dan in 2018 after a New York Times investigation found evidence of verbal abuse by Schneider. And we want Alexa to know we are fighting beside her, and we know her voice will make a difference. So yeah, there's no specific assault towards Justin Long, but there's a heavy implication that's, I just think it's unprofessional. Like,
But she's implying that he knew that they were there, but you seem very doubtful of that.
Well, I think that there's, yeah, I am doubtful of that. I think that that's a pretty harsh allegation to say that he knows that his friends are inviting minors over to have sex at his house. Right?
Is it uncommon for adult men to, especially like
for adult men to bring
circles like that, to have parties that would have underage girls at it? I don't feel like that's that uncommon. Like we've seen this in our childhood, and at that age didn't really see a problem with it. Like, well, we're a bunch of teenagers and people in control of this party are fucking adults. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that shit happens. I don't know why you're doubtful of that. I'm not saying he knew, but I just...
But that's literally what I'm saying. I don't know if he knew or not. That's why I'm, like, I don't know what your other thing you're
doubtful
implying.
of it. You seem to lean towards him not knowing, because that seems to be your, like, big trick.
What's doubtful allegations that he's committing fucking sex trafficking? Like, what happened to the stream?
Oh. The stream? Still going on my computer.
Okay, well maybe it'll chill out. Oh, it chilled out. That was weird. But yeah, I don't like. I
don't know why you're doubtful of that, because it was something that we saw all the time growing up. You know what I mean? That, like,
I just don't
that,
like if you're saying that any adult in that house was like culpable of someone committing a sex crime on me, then that's like, I don't agree with
Justin
you.
Long knowing that teenagers were there. That's what she's saying about him. Is that he invited minors over to drink at his fucking party. That's what she said about him, right?
Yeah, but she doesn't say that. She says that he allows minors to go to his house. Like,
yeah, okay, yeah. So
he allows teenagers in his house. We could go back.
So that's her implication about Justin Long, is that he knew they were there.
Yeah.
And you seem to have a real hang-up about that. I just don't understand why. I mean, she may know that for a fact. She doesn't have evidence for it, but maybe she knows that for a fact. I'm not saying I believe it, like, at face value, but I'm like, I just don't know why you're so doubtful of it. Like, I don't understand that part.
Well, I'm not, like, you're, I think you're misunderstanding me or something, because I'm not saying she wasn't sexually assaulted. So
I'm not saying that. You seem very doubtful of the fact that Justin Long knew there were teenagers at his party. That's what you seem doubtful of. You seem very doubtful of.
Yeah, because you have to. There's nothing to establish that he knows that. Like, these girls could be lying about their age. Girls do that. Like, that's not fucking crazy to assume either. Like,
She's not just some girl. She's a fucking celebrity. She's a child actor. They all know each other. They know.
That's a bias that you're having. Not every person in Hollywood knows each other. Like
they most likely know each other.
I don't think that there's.
How did she end up at that part? So she's just a random girl. She's pretending to just be a random girl, and she ended up at this party full of celebrities. It seems more likely that she was there because she's a celebrity. Like I don't understand how it makes more sense the other way. Like it.
Well, then
celebrities hang out with celebrities all the time. And we even see them publicly hang out with underage celebrities.
But people who also live in the same town hang out with each other and know the same people. It's not like this is someone who was on the same show as like Zoe Lynn Spears. It could have just been a connection from a connection. My friends are coming over. You know, like I think it's just a big fucking accusation to say a 30-year-old man, he was 27 years old at the time, you know, that's someone my age, inviting teenagers to his house so his friends can rape them, essentially, you know? Like, I think that there's a burden of evidence that you're not, like, there's no attempt to get to. And I hate that we keep running in this fucking circle, because I'm not denying that she was assaulted, but I don't think that it's like appropriate to say that he was in on the assault, and that's what she's implying, and that's not appropriate.
True. How is it inappropriate then?
What if it was true?
You're speaking as if you know for a fact that it's not true. What if it's true? Then how is it inappropriate to talk about it? I don't understand that.
Well, what if it's true? Then they're all rapists. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah. So what if it's true?
I don't live in what if it's true land. I live in what can we substantiate land.
So you know that you keep on saying that you're not denying anything she's saying, but you clearly are. You're saying that she doesn't have enough evidence that this happened, but she was there. She's saying that she knows it happened.
Stop saying that. Knew. Okay, yeah, be more specific. I'm not talking
about the sexual assault.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're doubting the sexual assault, and I want to be clear, because we can't have a 15-minute span where you're saying you're doubting her, and then just going without me saying.
I keep on mentioning that I'm talking about the
Justin
but you
have to specifically say that in the sentence. I don't want to get clipped out of context by anybody.
Bro, I've already said it. You probably talked over me. But I said it multiple times.
No, you have to say it in the sentences.
Okay. The Justin Long part is the part that you seem to have a hang-up about. That's what I don't understand. Because to me, it seems like she's saying that she knows that she was invited. She was invited there, or he knew that she was there, and this is what she's saying that she knows. Maybe she doesn't have the evidence for that, but if it's true, she doesn't really need evidence to talk about it. You saying that it's inappropriate to talk about it is implying that you know that it's not true, because if it was true, how is it? Because do you disagree that it would be okay to talk about it if it was true?
I think that there's most likely no way for her to know whether the man who owned the house that she was partying in knew that she was sexually assaulted in it, or that she was in it at all.
I'm talking about him being aware that there were minors drinking at his house.
Minors drinking at his house. I think that it's kind of weird to imply minors drinking at your house means that you invited them there, and also like you're saying that it's necessarily taboo for 16-year-olds to be drinking alcohol with 20-year-olds. Now, I'm not saying that it's appropriate, but I'm saying that the implication that he is inviting minors into his home so his friends can sexually assault him is, again, a crime.
Did she say that, or did she just say that he knew that she was there, and she got sexually assaulted there while she was there?
And it was just defended and covered up by his friends, and they were giving her alcohol. And I mean, you can say everything around it and not explicitly say it. Like, we've already kind of gone through that.
Maybe she's doing that to protect herself, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. Like, you can still get sued for defamation for something that's true if you don't have evidence for it. So maybe she's doing that to protect herself, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. Like, again, like, it seems like you're assuming that she has to be lying because of certain things she's saying and doing or not saying, but that there may be another reason for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
you don't think there's there's no red flags about someone who consistently accuses people of sex trafficking without explicitly saying it? You don't think that's a red flag at all? Because let's get to the end of the issue here, because we got to start wrapping up. Do you think there's a problem with, like, do you think it's a red flag at all that she consistently accuses prominent people of sexual trafficking without explicitly saying it? Like,
well, because if she doesn't have evidence for it, she can still get in trouble for explicitly saying it, even if it's true. I just said that. So there may be another reason why she's doing that. Now, you could look at that as like malicious, like she's like trying to cover herself for another reason. And I'm not saying that's not what she's doing, but you're not even considering the other possibility.
Well, I just don't make exceptions for fucking leftists, like leftist activist seeming people, just because they're on my side. I'm still going to be very skeptical of people who use tactics that shit journalist, conspiracy theorist type people use. And I feel like she does a lot of those same things, and I just think it's icky. I think it's icky journalism no matter what side you're on. And I think whether or not there's sexual impropriety, it's a whole other thing to consistently accusing Seth MacFarlane of doing that. That's pretty, like, wild, right? You agree with me that that's wild that she's accusing him of paying money to hire these girls to act in Family Guy and also assaulting them in some way. So vague that there's no way to point exactly on what she's saying he did.
But again, she's not pointing fingers at something that she's not even involved in. She was personally involved with this. So she
was hired on the show. There's nothing else.
Okay.
Like, if we're looking at, like, proof and evidence, like...
There's nothing for us to go off of. But her accusation is that
there's no accusation. Show, right? It's like rough implications by talking around it. Like, she's not making an accusation there. She's just...
It sounded like a pretty explicit accusation from what
Do you want to read through the words again? She's very, very careful with her language. Like, she doesn't explicitly accuse him of a crime.
Like, legally speaking, she was careful with her language, but it seemed pretty clear what she was saying to anybody who's actually listening. And again,
that's how conspiracy theorists talk. I don't care if they're anti-fucking rape activist conspiracy theorists or fucking Nazi conspiracy theorists, you know?
You find that to be suspicious, and that's fine. I'm not saying that's wrong of you. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like you're even considering the other possibility.
I'm being critical of it.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here, bro. I do this all the time. You know this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an opinion on something that I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm just saying I'm looking at the other possibility here. It could be she knows something, but she can't say that explicitly because she doesn't have the evidence, like you said. And even though she knows it, if you don't have the evidence, you can get in trouble for saying something that you can't prove. So that's why she's careful with her language, but she still wants to let people know what's going on. So she tells her story in a way to where she's not making a specific accusation that she can't prove. That could be what she's doing. I'm not saying that's what she's doing and that you need to believe that. Obviously, you have your opinion on it.
She does her cover work, but I'm unconvinced. I don't find her very credible.
You don't need to be convinced. I'm just saying, like, I'm just putting that out there as the other possibility because it doesn't seem like you even considered that. I'm just putting that out there.
Literally, I don't know why you don't think I've considered that. It's not like I heard her story and I was just like, nah, this bitch is lying. Like, it sounds like that's what you're implying on my end, and I'm not fucking saying that.
From our conversation that we just had, never once...
She does sketchy fucking journalism. She implies that people are doing crimes without, like, any legwork to substantiate fucking anything just by being around someone at one point in time, which is the same shit that fucking conspiracy theorists do. And there's a reason why it sets off sirens in my head and it doesn't set off sirens in your head, and it's because I don't like this shit and you like this shit, you know? Like, it's, like, cool and, like like
I feel like you got a little personal
rewarding.
there. Like, I'm not even taking her side. I just said that. Like,
Well, what is your actual
you
opinion?
just told the whole, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, and that's why you believe her. Like,
Well,
no, that's
what is
not.
your opinion then? Because I'm being honest right now. I wanted to
No,
actually know then.
I just fucking told you I don't have an opinion on something that I don't know. I see the red flags. I understand why you're skeptical.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
need affirmation that the red flags are there, because I feel like every time
I
I'm
was
trying to
just
get you
putting
to...
because not once did you even say the other possibility. That's why I was putting it out there for the purpose of the discussion. That doesn't mean I'm
Well,
taking her
okay.
side and I believe everything she's
Yeah,
saying.
I'm not going to throw out the... I feel like I'm doing the railing against the fucking... all of this misinformation.
Usually when-
and so I'm not going to be
when
like, well, there's a
I'm-
possibility that there are multiple sex trafficking rings that this girl has been involved in. And
When I'm
that's...
talking about something that I don't know for sure, I usually try to make sure to put out the other possibility. I'll say it could be this too, and if I don't believe that, I'll say that.
But I
do
don't
this
like
all the
doing that.
time.
I don't like giving two different opposing things when one is clearly more reasonable to believe the same amount of weight. You know, like...
Okay, but like, I just don't understand because you kept on going. You keep going back and forth on like, oh, I'm not saying she's a shit journalism and what she's doing is wrong, but then you go and you say no, like she's making all these fucking accusations about people and blah blah blah. Like,
why can't both be
at
true,
the beginning of
though?
the conversation, you're like,
No, why can't both of those be true? That's what I'm wondering. Like, she can do, like, she can have a noble goal and believe she's doing the right thing, but be jumping the shark and making accusations that I believe are harmful, while also having an anti-rape organization, which I think is good. You know, there are multiple facets to this thing, and I feel like you're trying to, like, compress... Like, I know, I understand it's not you personally, but for the sake of, like, our dynamic, it's getting compressed, and this is why I don't like talking about rape on the show, because it gets compressed down to, well, either you're the rape apologist or you're the rape accuser, and I don't like thinking that way. I like to be, like, more critical about something that has the capability to ruin people's lives that this easily, you know, like...
well, that's why I don't think you should have an absolute opinion on it, and that's why I'm saying I don't. But it seems like
Well,
you do.
I think
Like,
just being vague about it, it doesn't... I don't like... I like choosing the less harmful option whenever available. So, like, I'm not going to spread information I get from a source that I find unreliable, you know?
that's not what I'm saying you should do. I'm just saying what in this discussion you didn't. You had a very strong opinion coming from your perspective of what she's doing, and I was offering another perspective on what she could be doing. On my opinion, I don't know. Some of the shit she does seems kind of sketchy, but I like some of the work she's doing. I don't know that much about her, like I said. I watched some YouTube videos, like a few of them. Like, I don't know that much about her.
Well, I
And
feel like when I
on
start
stuff.
critiquing her, you think that I'm saying, like she's a shill and nobody should listen to her and she's a piece of shit or something. And I don't talk like that or think like that. I don't think, like, I think that there are, like, very, like, reasonable critiques to be made of her work, which is journalism, and that the critique to be made is that she needs to, like, be more careful with the fucking, with the, these people are committing, like these are crimes that are, like, Jeffrey Epstein level. Like, and it's literally something you just need a few witnesses to start substantiating, and you can get people in real trouble for, but there's a lot of smoke, and it's...
She's trying to do.
Well, I think she's trying to
putting it out
do...
there, but not saying it absolutely, so that other people come together.
I
and
think
they
she's
start
doing
saying the same
both
thing.
good things and bad things at the same time, which is very much a possible thing.
Well, I just, again, the part I don't understand is your perspective that she's definitely doing bad things. I see
Well,
that there could
I
be,
don't understand how you can
no
see red
possibility.
flags, but be like, yeah, there's no harm could be done by someone who exhibits such a behavior that I find that I'm skeptical of to some extent. Why be skeptical of it if it doesn't seem harmful at all?
But the specific crimes that you are really hung up about are the ones that she was personally, like, it's like a personal thing. It's not just pointing the finger like me saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
that guy over there."
I think
is
that's her
sex trafficking.
shittiest part of her activism is when she's talking about things that she was personally involved in, because it's weird and sketchy, and she reins in people who don't seem to actually be personally involved in the crime that she's talking about, and it's damaging towards people's reputations and their lives in the way about we talk about rape culture.
What you're saying is coming from the assumption that it's not true. Like, if it is true, then
It's not coming from the assumption that it's not
applies.
true. It's coming from the assumption that you should prove crimes. If you accuse someone of
again, if this thing happened to her, but she can't prove it, maybe that's why she's not saying it as directly as you want her to. But she's saying it pretty fucking directly. Like, we all know what she's saying. It's not like nobody knows what she's saying.
And you can do
Saying
that
it in a
all
way
day.
where she
You
can't
can
get
do
in
that
trouble,
all day and
right?
get fucking clout off of it. And I don't like that type of work. I think that's how people spread misinformation, like conspiracy theorists. By being like, oh, a couple events happened that I'm relevant to, and I'm going to blow it up as much as I can and imply that there's like deeper like coordination going on behind the scene for situations which are endemic to our society. You know, the way young men treat young women is fucking, it's such a constant in society, and there's problems to be fixed.
She doesn't claim it's just in the industry. That's the point she's made.
I feel like I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that her specifically accusing people of sex trafficking is bad unless she tries to substantiate it, which is possible, but she doesn't try to look out for witnesses or do any legwork to do that. She just makes accusations on Twitter. She makes threads accusing people of
how do you know
fucking
that?
sex trafficking.
How do you know it's possible?
Because they do it with other people. What? So, 3 25-year-olds can cover up their tracks better than a fucking lifelong sex criminal like Jeffrey Epstein? Like, if they're inviting, there are like,
it's not nearly as big of a conspiracy as
there
Jeffrey Epstein. It's
there's
a fucking
literally
house party
text.
with adults.
There would be text
abusing
records.
children.
They could literally get an investigation into this if they had crimes, accusations of sex trafficking of minors. But they fucking
People get
don't.
away with
It's all
this kind of shit
implication.
all the time, though.
What do you mean
you act
people
like
get
people
away
don't
with
get away
this?
with these kind of stuff.
What do you mean people get away? People don't get away with sex trafficking rings as often as people like to imply.
Because you're saying, you're trying to compare it to Jeffrey Epstein. That's not the same thing. What she's saying, from what I understood, is that they had a house party. There were minors there, and
Let's
she got
talk
abused.
about the whole thing. Let's talk about that in the context of her implicating Ashton Kutcher and Justin Long, and saying that Seth MacFarlane hires young girls for whatever vague reason and makes them voicing characters. You know, that starts to sound a lot like is a fucking conspiracy theory. So I'd like to have that stuff substantiated.
Conspiracies never exist. What if it's a real conspiracy, bro?
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, because I actually believe that conspiracies can exist.
Oh
sometimes.
yeah, and I can't. I'm so fucking stupid that I'm incapable of realizing that conspiracies
You're saying
exist.
that right now. You're saying that sounds a lot like a conspiracy theory.
No, because I'm capable of differentiating between a bad, untruthful actor and a truthful actor. I'm able to look through evidence.
Are you saying that she is a liar or not? Because you keep on like.
Oh my God! I already said
forth.
she's truthful about some things and obviously
but is she
misleading
lying
about other
it?
things.
Or is there a
She can't.
possibility
She
that
hasn't
Justin
lied.
Long
She
used
can't
her
lie
as a
if she
party?
doesn't make any claims. I think if she's making a claim that Justin Long knew that there were minors at the party, she can't know that. I don't think she knew that.
How do you know that?
Because there's
Did she interact with him at the party?
She doesn't say she interacted with him at the party. She says that it was his house and they invited minors. She just keeps saying they. It could be fucking the dude who just raped her for all we know. Rich people's houses are huge. Their house parties are gigantic. It's like you're thinking like this, like a cozy little get together between a few friends who are trying to rape girls. Like, and that's what she's leading you to think, but that's a misrepresentation of what's actually of all of the facts.
I'm saying that it's like what we've seen plenty of times as teenagers, a house party with adults there who are being irresponsible and allowing teenagers there to get drunk, and inevitably when that most of the time things happen with some of those teenagers that shouldn't happen. Like, that happens a lot. and you know this.
Yeah.
We know this. You know what I mean? So like,
Okay.
I don't see why you're comparing it to Jeffrey Epstein level conspiracies.
Because it's because of the implication.
No, the Seth MacFarlane shit, that's a completely different issue.
Okay, let's talk about it all in the context, because if she's doing both,
that's fucking big shit. That's fucking huge. But that could be true. Why are you assuming that it could not possibly be true? What if that's true? You definitely sound like you're saying it can't. Oh, well, that sounds like a lot of conspiracy theory to me. That's why I don't believe it.
Yeah, because of how it's structured and how there's no proof and no other witnesses except for one person who's claiming it. Yeah, I'm sure there's a whole trail of people who have been accusing P. Diddy of shit. There's not a whole trail of people who have been accusing fucking Seth MacFarlane of raping fucking young women voice actors, like the same ones she knew on Nickelodeon. How weird is that? Like, obviously there's some type of fucking sketchy shit going on here, and I don't understand why you see red flags and you're just like, they're not that important. The red flags don't really matter. They're not that big of a deal, because her accusations are so big and so important that any red flag just is like she could have like literally called her landlord a sex trafficker, sex trafficking, having a baby farm in the apartment next door, and you would have been like, well, there's no proof that didn't happen, dude. There's no proof that the baby farm wasn't in her apartment. How can she go and get proof from the baby farm apartment? You know, like, I feel like you're being like
oh man, and all.
yeah, exactly.
Like, you're really strawmanning my fucking position here, and you're again arguing that I'm like saying that what she's saying is absolutely true. I'm not. I'm doing what I feel like people should do and saying I don't fucking know. What you're saying is that she's definitely lying about certain things here because she doesn't have enough evidence to prove it, and because it sounds like a conspiracy theory, so it must not be true. That's your fucking
position. Claims of crimes,
like,
and she doesn't try to get any witnesses or any type of evidence in order to charge them with the crimes that they've committed towards children. You know, the lady in charge of a rape organization maybe wants to get these people put in prison instead of canceled from their jobs.
10 years ago, people would have said this in support of Dan Schneider. That fucking, you know, the shit that's coming out about P. Diddy right now. I've been hearing conspiracy theories.
Nobody's
about
accusing Dan Schneider.
For years, I've been hearing this shit. It was always rumors. It was just rumors, so people didn't take it seriously.
Okay, so
now people are taking it seriously. So to just say
it's
that,
like you're just blending it all in your head and not taking in any context from all these different situations. It's like, oh, this accusation was real, so that means this other accusation was real, because there's a lot of accusations being proven to be real right now. That's not a good way to interpret information.
You're saying it's definitely not. I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying
these other ones that people didn't believe that are now real.
Yeah, you want to compare this to the Diddy situation? We can look up the shit about P. Diddy, but I'm sure that it was way fucking worse and more incriminating the whole time, and he eventually got caught up. I promise you that. I promise it's not a single person out there who's making criminal allegations against, like, crowds of people. If she's accusing Seth MacFarlane's crew of hiring minors for him to assault, that's a whole crew of people. That's not just... Seth MacFarlane doesn't just run the cartoon studio and everybody sits in the cartoon room making cartoons while he calls up teenagers and gets them shipped over to do voice lines. No, it's a fucking business. It's ran like a business.
You could say the same about Dan Schneider. But the fact is, he was a fucking creep doing creepy shit while he was also doing his work.
Doing creepy shit.
I fully believe there's more to Dan Schneider than what we currently can prove. And I don't think that it's weird to believe that, because he's a fucking weird dude and he allowed a lot of weird shit to happen.
I want them to look at his hard drive.
Yeah.
But I think I don't want... You know, like, everybody...
saying that, like, well, it's a business. Like, Seth MacFarlane isn't just over there fucking all cozy doing whatever. That's what people could have said about Dan Schneider, but the fact is...
But Dan Schneider wasn't...
while he was also working.
Well, if the thing is weird shit, if she's saying, but if the way that she's saying that is just supposed to mean that he just acts a little weird, then that is an awful way to spread information. Because the way she's talking is vague enough to where the mind is jumping to him assaulting multiple young women on his show that he's hired for voice acting roles.
No, I think she was definitely implying that. I don't think she was saying that it was just weird shit. I think I was using Dan Schneider as an example. Well, I think she's
but we have to look
definitely
at the
saying,
whole thing. You're like ignoring her as a person for the things that are convenient and ignoring her as a person for the things that are
I'm not
crazier.
ignoring anything.
Well,
I'm
don't
not
you think?
ignoring anything,
Don't you
bro.
think how she acts about like these other stories affects her credibility with the
What other stories?
the
ones
thing,
she's personally
the thing
involved
with
with,
Seth
that she's-
MacFarlane, doesn't that the implication that he's running a sex trafficking thing sound kind of like a red flag when you look at her also implying that they're running a sex trafficking thing between Justin Long, fucking, I'm so tired of saying their names. Justin Long, Ashton Kutcher, and
Did she say that it was a child?
she didn't say it explicitly. She implied it. She implied it with all of this.
You keep on saying that.
Oh my
What she said was
god!
that.
Oh my
What
god!
she said was that. Bro, again, I don't know why I have to keep saying this. She said there were teenagers at his party and he knew it. That's very common.
You're just acting like he's like she's just being like, yeah, he was just like a common guy. All of them were just like, everybody was like this. This is a really common
She's
thing.
saying she was at this party, something happened to her, and now looking back, now she's like, well, why was I even allowed at that party? That's fucked up. And that's true. So, like, I mean, the fact that she's at that party, like, that doesn't mean that she can't now realize that was fucked up.
Like,
and
I don't understand.
The fact that
I've known 16-year-old girls, they go to parties of their own volition. Nobody's forcing them to go to the party. So
yeah, but
the
a lot of
implication,
the time those people know, right?
a lot of the time, but the implication is that just because he owns a house, he knows that people are bringing minors over to assault. And just because some people are cool with drinking and some people
How's that the
aren't,
implication? She's saying that he knew.
She also brings up the Punked episode where Ashton says that Justin Long likes minors. She's implying that all three of them bring minors to the house to fucking assault them. Like, if you're ignoring what, like, all of it's built up to imply this. It's like a recreation of the same type of implications that she did with Seth MacFarlane. And whether or not there's real creep shit behind it, the way this is composed is bullshit. I don't know why you're like ignoring the fact that she's implying with the combination of the Punked thing and the fucking the house party story. She's not implying that they were working together to assault minors. And that is sex trafficking. That is sex trafficking minors.
She wasn't implying that. I never said that. What I
said
is maybe the reason.
I don't understand.
I don't understand. I don't understand what you're arguing with me here for. I said multiple times I'm not taking her side. I'm just giving the devil's advocate other possibility. You're saying that's not even possible. I don't understand why you're saying it's not even possible.
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying
you said it multiple times now.
What do you mean?
You said that it's not true.
Okay, when you say when it's not true, you are specifically talking about them doing a sex trafficking organization, or sex trafficking.
You're saying you don't believe it. It's not true. It's bullshit because it's conspiracy bullshit. That's what
but you're also saying that it's common for young 20-something-year-old men to have parties, house parties, where teenagers are involved and invited.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh.
What do you believe? Are you gonna assume that they're sex trafficking the girl like she's implying? Or what is the most reasonable thing to assume in that situation?
I'm saying she might know something we don't. She was there. We weren't. Maybe she knows something.
Then why doesn't she talk to witnesses or get enough to subpoena these people? Why doesn't she start a civil
obviously not
lawsuit?
that easy. Look how long it takes for a lot of these fucking people. It's obviously not as easy as you want it to be. I wish it was that easy too. It's clearly not that easy
That's
though.
a
That's
real
probably
shit
why.
in a way, shit way to interact with that question. You know, like there's a process that they could be starting that they haven't because it's been years and they haven't started.
I think starting the
process in
conversation
process.
is the beginning of that process. So bringing awareness.
That's not
say
how it
this is
works.
true. I know you
That
don't
works
want to
for
consider
other
that
crimes.
possibility.
Me Too was able to expose other crimes, but it doesn't work to, like, you're not going to get more out of a certain crime by exposing it early. You're going to vilify people before there's enough truth on the ground.
No, because this is how fucking shit about like P. Diddy and Dan Schneider comes out, is people talking about, hey,
we're gonna
isn't
look
this
up P.
weird?
Diddy. I'm going to look up P. Diddy, and we're going to compare the accusations towards P. Diddy to the accusations against Justin Long, and see, or even, you know, let's go with the big guy. Let's go with Seth MacFarlane. Let's see how credible these accusations are next to each other. Because I guarantee the ones against P. Diddy are hyper specific and actual people trying to get retribution for crimes that have happened to them. I'm not saying that the lady's crimes didn't happen to her, but the sex trafficking thing is what I'm talking about. Charge Jonah Hill with assaulting a minor. I don't give a fuck. But there's another crime she's insinuating there. She's avoiding saying it out loud, and it's wormy shit. And
another reason for that, though. Like, again, you're not even considering that possibility. I'm just putting that possibility out there. You're saying you're brushing it off like, nope, that's not possible. It's definitely her making shit up because she's saying that it's sex trafficking rings. Maybe it is, though. Like, what if it is? Then it doesn't matter how much evidence she has. She can't just outright say that because she could get in trouble if she doesn't have like other. So maybe what she's trying to do is start the conversation, and hopefully other people come forward and start saying the same things, and then they can actually come together and do what you're saying. Again, I'm not saying this is what she's doing.
That's just not how it works.
A possibility.
It's just not. We're going to read about how it works because this is how it works when someone's actually committing sex crimes and not just being accused of them willy-nilly. Okay, so federal agents searched two of Sean Diddy Combs' houses Monday as the rapper faced multiple civil lawsuits accusing him of sex trafficking, sexual abuse, and rape, all of which he has denied. So, Sean Combs accused of sexually assaulting a 17-year-old in the latest lawsuit. The entrepreneur was accused of rape, sexual assault, and trafficking in a lawsuit filed on Wednesday. Wow, they filed a lawsuit. He assaulted a 17-year-old. Interesting. The fourth sexual assault suit against Combs in less than a month as the singer's legal troubles mount, though Combs has denied the allegations. The lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court in the Southern District of New York by an anonymous plaintiff lists Combs, his music company Bad Boy Entertainment, and an unnamed assailant, and Harve Pierre, the former president of Combs' record label, Bad Boy Records, as defendants. The plaintiff, listed as Jane Doe, alleges in the suit she was gang raped by Combs, Pierre. I'm going to have to put back up the rape warning. We're going pretty late. This is a pretty long episode.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not doing anything. I don't have any time I have to go to sleep, so I'm kind of just staying up as long as you're willing to. But we're in a real deep conversation about rape, right? This is like the worst episode ever.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't intend for this to go on this long, but here we are.
The plaintiff alleges she met Pierre and the unnamed defendant at a lounge in Detroit where Pierre convinced her to board a private jet to New York City and proceeded to sexually assault her in a bathroom lounge. When they arrived at the studio, the plaintiff said Combs and Pierre drugged her and gave her alcohol and raped her. Combs denied the allegations, saying he did not do any of the awful things. Combs also called them sickening. Among plaintiffs in multiple lawsuits of looking for a quick payday, Peter did not immediately respond to Forbes' request for comment. So this is just one of the accusations. Here's another one. Rapper Sean Diddy Combs accused of rape and sexual assault in 2 separate lawsuits. Rapper Sean Diddy Combs has been accused of rape and sexual assault in 2 new separate lawsuits after recently settling a sexual assault suit against him by former singer and partner and former singer Cassandra Cassie Ventura. Allegations that Combs denied. She filed the suit against Combs Thursday, one day before the New York Adult Survivors Act expired, whatever that is, and the New York Supreme Court, alleging he drugged her, sexually assaulted her, and secretly filmed the assault while she was a college student in 1991. NBC News reported. In the filing, she said she went to dinner reluctantly with Combs on January 3rd, 1991, and Combs pushed her to accompany him as he intended to do a few things in the city, which is when she alleges she was drugged, resulting in her being in a physical state where she could not independently stand or walk. The lawsuit says Combs drove Dickerson Neal to the place he was staying, sexually assaulted her there, and recorded the assault that he then showed to other people, according to the BBC. Combs Bad Boy Records and Combs Enterprises, which has since been rebranded as Combs Global, are listed as defendants in the Dickerson Neal's lawsuit. Combs was accused of sexual assault in a 3rd lawsuit by an anonymous plaintiff who alleged Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall took turns raping the accuser and her friend in 1990 or 1991 after they met in an event hosted by MCA Records in New York, where the singers were very flirtatious and handy and offered the plaintiff and her friend drinks. The filing reportedly claims Combs and Hall invited the women to Hall's apartment for an after-party where the plaintiff was offered more drinks and was coerced into having sex with Combs, and was shocked and traumatized afterwards, according to the lawsuit. Before Hall barged into the room, pinned her down, and forced Jane Doe to have sex with him as she was getting dressed, according to Rolling Stone. After speaking with her friend, the plaintiff allegedly found out she had also been forced to have sex with Combs and Hall in another room. The plaintiff says, and a few days later, Combs allegedly visited the home where the plaintiff and her friend were staying, where he became irate and began assaulting and choking Jane Doe to the point where she passed out. The lawsuit alleges, adding that Combs also looked for her friend because he was worried that she would tell the girl he was with at the time that of what he and Hall had done to him. Combs, Hall, and MCA Music Entertainment and Geffen Records are listed as defendants in the 3rd lawsuit filed by Jane Doe. A spokesperson for Combs said the lawsuit against the rapper fabricated claims falsely alleging misconduct from over 30 years ago and filed at the last minute. Well, I mean, why? That's kind of funny. Like, of course, they were from a long time if they were filed at the last minute. A spokesperson called the lawsuits nothing but a money grab, and due to Combs' fame and success, he was an easy target. The expiration of New York's Adult Survivors Act prompted a number of sexual misconduct allegations in recent days against high-profile stars and politicians, including Guns N' Roses frontman Axl Rose, Cuba Gooding Jr., Jamie Foxx, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Rose, Fox, and Adams have denied the claims against them, while Gooding Jr. has not responded. The law allows sexual assault survivors to sue their alleged abusers regardless of when the statute of limitations expired. Holy shit, that law just went away. That seems like a fucked up law to just go away. The law that lets you sue your rapist.
That kind of law.
But yeah, I'm just skeptical of claims that aren't like a little bit more specific. I don't know. I don't think it's like bad to be critical of, you know, really heinous accusations. I think that's like the whole
Glad
arc
to
of
be
this whole
critical of
thing.
all. I think
Yeah.
you should always consider the possibility that maybe it's true.
Well, no
You know?
shit. I don't. You keep saying that I don't. Of course
But with the
I
sex trafficking
understand that.
shit, you said that it's not true. You
I'm.
don't believe it at
What do
all.
you mean? Like I believe in sex trafficking. I don't believe that these fucking dudes were performing uh like a
That the Seth
coordinated scheme to
MacFarlane shit is
traffic
true.
young
It sounds
girls.
too outlandish for you.
I
You made
think
that very clear.
I think that shit is obviously fake. Like I don't know how you like hear that and you're like if you believe that then you're like
I don't believe it,
gullible.
but I don't just automatically disbelieve it either. It could be true. Fucking horrible shit comes out that you would never believe. You know, like this happens. The Jeffrey Epstein shit, nobody would have ever believed that before it came out.
No, he
That
was
would have been like too big. Like
what
there's no way. That's too
he
big.
was literally
You know?
charged with pedophilia and was still friends with people in Hollywood. He was like the obvious guy. He was charged with
Oh, yeah,
soliciting sex from a minor in 2006.
yeah, but people fucking obviously don't pay attention to that shit.
Well, his friends would know. He was in jail for it. Everybody knew that he
No, I'm
was.
saying the general public. Obviously, his friends knew. The fucking general public obviously doesn't pay attention to shit like that because people
Well, I
like
don't
that
think the
can do
general
that.
public knew who
Fucking
he was, but everybody who knew who he was knew that he was a fucking pedo. And that's why it was a big deal whenever people hung out with him because he was a confirmed pedophile since 2006. So if anybody hung out with him after that time period, then it's a red flag. Before that time period, it's not as big of a deal because he intentionally puts himself around powerful people. But after that point of time, he was a convicted child like molester, like convicted for sex crimes on children. Like he was no joke, and everybody knew it. Everybody in like everybody who Jeffrey, no normal people don't know who Jeffrey Epstein was. He was like a fixer, you know. He was like a guy for rich people. Like normal people don't know who Jeffrey Epstein was
I
before
don't
he died.
I don't understand why you think that like it's outlandish for that to happen somewhere else then,
I
where
don't
other
think that's
people
outlandish. I
know
don't think they're the same thing.
but don't say anything about it. Because you just said obviously all his friends knew, right? So with the Seth MacFarlane thing, I'm not saying Seth MacFarlane did anything.
They
I
knew
want to
he
make that
was
absolutely clear.
convicted of a crime.
But
They didn't know that he was like actively like molesting children. That's another jump. But I think if you're hanging out with the guy personally, that's a little weird because you know that he just got out of prison for soliciting sex from minors. So like it's like just kind of like a red flag. But I mean, like I don't think that like I don't think these situations are similar, and I think the more you look at it critically, it's like you have to have like gotta have more than that.
you brought up Jeffrey
IMO.
Epstein earlier as a comparison.
Yeah,
You're the one that brought it up and
yeah.
started. You were trying to make it sound like it was the same situation.
Well, no, I'm saying that Jeffrey Epstein was a real situation with child sex trafficking, and that it was a guy doing it like out in the open and getting in trouble for it, and then people like hanging out with him after he got out of prison for it, and then him getting caught for it again. So like,
He never got caught the first time. That wouldn't have changed the fact that he was still doing it. He just would have been somebody who didn't get caught doing it. So
yeah,
just because somebody hasn't been caught not doing it. Again, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I don't know why you have such a strong opinion on something that you can't really know for
well,
sure.
what do you
That's
mean?
what
Jeffrey Epstein's victims came out immediately. That's why he was charged with those crimes.
Yeah, that doesn't always happen. That's not always how it happens. That's why it's not really a similar situation.
With
Well, I mean, that's one of the
sex
reasons why.
trafficking, it kind of like it's not really like it's not the same as like a random assault. Like they're investigated way more hardcore than that, you know?
If one person speaking out on it, then
Yeah,
does
you
it
can
get
encourage
affected?
other victims. I understand that.
Where say what?
Like you encourage other victims to come out. I understand that, but I just
Well, that's
don't.
not even what I was saying. I was saying if only one person's talking about it, would it even get investigated? So like,
No, you have to try to file
I mean, that's a genuine
charges.
question. I'm genuinely wondering. I don't
Yeah, well, you have to
like.
file charges, whether it's civil charges or because the burden of proof for civil charges is a lot lower, and you basically just you can find someone who will take you up on it if you have something going on. But like, I think that the things that like Alexa experience, while terrible, I don't think they're what she characterizes them as. I think that they're like really extremely shitty behavior. If if Justin Long knew about this and if this was true, then this was shitty behavior. And if Seth MacFarlane's weird in person, I think he could be a weird creep. But the implication that like part of the show's operation is feeding Seth girls is like the implication how she did those like accusations, and that's I think that it's inappropriate to do it that way. But like I mean, some people will tear my fucking head off for being like, oh, it's inappropriate the way you want to like share your victimhood, and like I just think it's, I mean, a lot of people are okay with ruining the lives of the people that they feel have more power, and I don't think that's necessarily appropriate because it doesn't really solve problems. It just kind of makes it feel like you solved a problem, you know? Like just like going after as many powerful people as you can. So like, because you have actual grievances doesn't like actually solve the problem. It just kind of like it's a hit or a miss and it hurts people. But and I think it really affects like hard accusations, you know, like real accusations that, you know, are, you know, it's a whole I don't know if it's a zero sum game. Like if like knowing about one thing means you know less about the other thing. Like I don't know if knowing about more about Alexa and Nicholas means you know less about uh um I don't know some other thing. Uh I don't know. I'm like really stoned and tired at this point.
We're kind of just talking in circles at this point.
Yeah.
You obviously have a strong opinion on it. I don't really have that strong of an opinion on it. I, I think it's perfectly, you should be skeptical. I'm not discouraging that. I was just providing the other possibility.
Yeah,
I don't,
no.
it doesn't seem like you think it's a possibility, but
I'm not like upset with you or anything. I'm not like mad.
I'm not mad.
I was just afraid of like the conversation going in a way that like someone could take a part of it and be like you're defending the concept of rape and raping people and like I just hate that shit. So like but I mean of course no matter what when you try to have a nuanced opinion people are going to misunderstand it. But I think we both have nuanced opinions, but I just journalists have a lot of responsibility to tell the truth. They're like the truth bearers. You can either be like a truth bearer, you can be like like a uh, sort of like a campus type of person who just wants to stretch the truth to meet your definition of everything. You know, like I'm not accusing her necessarily of this, but that's why I'm skeptical of it because there are people like there are people, professional people, who take every little situation that they're involved in and they make careers out of it. And uh, sometimes it involves accusing people of things without actually accusing them of it. And if it's a real, like, if there's like real like crimes that happen, I would hope that you know, try to seek justice and try to put these people away in prison instead of, you know, enlist like Vox and Microsoft articles that are just like, this person said this again. Remember when they said this last time? And this person said this again. Like, it's like, I just skeptical of her like I am any other person, you know. I trust two journalists.
Yes, you should be, but I feel like you're downplaying that when you say that.
What?
Sounds like you have a stronger opinion than that. You know what I mean? I said, as you should be skeptical. But I feel like you're downplaying your opinion a little bit when you word it that way. Because it seems like you have a stronger opinion than that. It's not just that you're skeptical. It's like, no, I don't believe this.
No.
Just, not
I think
her-
it's good to be on the
not her being-
safe side because I think it's good. The safe side is not putting people in prison for the rest of their lives, you know? Or not necessarily that, but like, because they're not going to get put in prison for this, but ruining someone's life isn't the safe side, you know? Like,
Yeah, but like,
and the
if-
safe side is to take a little bit more time and figure out all the facts. I mean, I think that everybody should get their justice, including the accused.
I think you should always consider the possibility when you hear the accusation, even if it sounds outlandish. You should always be like, well, what if that is true, and think about that at least for a second. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's definitely. I think that there are aspects of it that hold real weight, but it's just like when, like I said before, like when it's your shtick, then you do it too much, and sometimes, yeah.
I know what you think. You can tell me what you think. That's fine. You know, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents on it. I think there is another possibility. It doesn't seem like you agree with that. That's fine. We don't have to agree with that.
Well, I think that in this situation, it's contextual. Like I think that this situation is fishy enough to where I'm like, I don't trust people enough in this situation to deliver this information, you know. But like that's why I think it negatively affects the documentary, which I think is like a good documentary that's like mostly like they're like talking about things, interviewing people, and showing video evidence the entire time. And it's like it's amazing work. You know?
She should have, even though she was on Nickelodeon, she just shouldn't have been involved because of her work.
I don't think I told you I think her story was fine. I just think that she got like she got like closing words in an episode of the documentary where she was talking like a professional on the subject, and I think it was kind of going too far and it kind of hurt the credibility of the documentary a little bit. But I don't think that's the
like her section. I don't really remember what she talked about.
Well, first she talks about the clothing, and then she talks about the cum shot thing, and then it's like all of that was real good, and then it goes to some other things, and it comes back to her, and there's a part where like it's going through all of like the victims, and she's like narrating a part of it, and I found it like a little like, oh, you brought in like the sensationalist to shush up the ending of your documentary, and I you know, like it's just like I just didn't appreciate that, like being critical of the documentary. Like that's my one critique of it.
I remember all that, but I enjoyed what I especially I remember the Drake Bell shit, you know, and that was fucking intense. But like most of the documentary, like you said, was it was a lot of it was very informative.
Okay, dog, I think it's probably about time you do your plugs, but you should probably lean forward for it.
It is time. Yeah, my back is starting to hurt and shit. I've been sitting here for fucking ever now. Shit. My name is B Deli. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook,
TikTok, YouTube. I've been uploading music pretty frequently lately, more often than I ever have. I'm trying to keep that more consistent, and
I'll get rid.
trying to.
Restart your plugs real quick. I'm gonna get rid of the
Why?
rate part. So you're not saying it above?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should probably go away.
Yeah.
Just restart.
I don't know. Do whatever
Um,
feels right.
You know who the fuck I am. You know where to find me. Again, I've been finding. I've been dropping music pretty frequently, and I'm trying to keep that more consistent. And I'm trying to experiment, trying new shit. So definitely check that shit out because I think it's really good. I'm pretty proud of what I'm doing right now, and I have some collaboration projects on the way as well. The first album should be dropping pretty soon. It's basically done. We're gonna go over the mixing a little bit more and stuff, but it's all recorded and everything. So
Nice.
yep,
It's exciting. Exciting work.
yeah.
My name
Oh,
is
yeah.
Malachi, and this has been the Smoke Up, and then the theme song play. Here, I'll pull up the theme song. Vamp for a little bit. Do your plugs another time.
Plugs again.
Yeah.
Yo, it's B Deli. B-D. No, I'm not gonna do all that.
Yeah, you should do your original plug.
Nah.
It's right here. It's right here.
I keep on forgetting to mention to you every time we fucking talk. I do have music ideas I want to discuss with you sometime, or at
Yeah.
least one.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm down.
yeah,
We I'm busy the rest of this weekend, but maybe either later this week or this weekend we can figure something else out like that. This has been the Smoke Up, and then I'm gonna share the screen. I'm gonna share this. It's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like that, and then this. Oh, let's get rid of that. There we go. We'll do the full theme song. An extra long special episode. Is there no sound?
hear it.
Do you hear it?
Nope, I do not.
Okay.
Time to roll up. Shit. Alright, hold up. It's the smoke up. Well, we toke up. Time to roll up. Shit. Alright, hold up. It's the smoke up. Well, we toke up. Time to roll up. Shit.